Okay, this is the first session of a Dark Heresy 2nd Edition game where we're going to be running through the Dark Heresy 1st Edition adventures. Dark Heresy 2nd Edition characters are more powerful than their 1st Edition peers. However, the 1st Edition adventures are known to be quite deadly. So we'll see which will win out. I'm sure the cunningness and luck of the players may have some impact on that, of course. But, we're all here for blood. I'd like everyone to give a brief description on how their character looks, as well as their name, and introduce themselves, of course, and any other pertinent information. Can I get Lou? Would you like to introduce your character? Well, describe your character, so to speak.
Hi, I'm Lou. I'm playing Miles Cameron. He is a forensic scientist with some doctor skills. Short black hair, pale skin, usually in regular scientific uniform.
Okay. Pop Tart.
Hello, I am Popter. I am playing Saphira Noman. Aminya. I messed up my own name. Tall female from primitive death world. With fair skin.
Feudal world.
Feudal.
Feudal world. Yeah.
I'm still learning.
Okay.
Monstrosity of murder.
Yes, she is built like Brienne of Tarth, despite the fact she has futuristic weapons from the skies, still runs around in full plate.
You mean she's Sky Wonder Woman?
Yeah. In
She's
40k. Nick, would you like to introduce your character and describe him a bit?
Yeah, I'm Nick. I will be playing Malachi Eldad. Youngish, early 20s, darker hair. He's a bit rough around the edges sometimes. Like he's trying to figure out how to interact with most of the people around him. He's normally just wearing plain clothes. Seems to have a knack for helping out with tech. That's about it.
Okay.
Because Kevin, he's not going to talk about it.
As he should not.
Yeah.
Now, you gentlemen and lady have been on your way to Scintilla for about 2 weeks. Scintilla is the capital of the Calixis sector. That's the sector where the game will be set. It is on some would say the wrong side of the Eye of Terror. It is further away from the heart of the Imperium. As far as you know, there's no Space Marines in the sector. Perhaps those who are going off towards the Margin Crusade, but none set up permanently. That said, there are many troubles besetting the Calixis sector, many issues. But you have all been, for reasons which have not been made apparent to you, have all been drafted into the Inquisition. You have not received any formal training yet. You're not sure what that training would potentially entail, but on the ship, the Peerless Fortitude, a cargo hauling ship, you have been informed that you've entered the Gulgana Reach, and probably within the next 2 weeks you're due to make it to Scintilla. Some of you have been to Hive Worlds. I think that perhaps, at least for brief periods, Malachi Eldad probably has been onto a Hive World. For Miles Cameron, I don't think, given his background of being on a research station, he might have heard tales of them, these gigantic cities so large that layer upon layer upon layer, reaching up into the sky in the clouds, these enormous cities, carrying millions, some cases billions of individuals are set up. And I think perhaps that Saphira, well, she may or may not, I think, in her time in the Imperial Navy, she may have at points looked out the viewport and seen such worlds from on far. But as to whether she's set foot in them, well, I'll leave that for you as a player to decide. Captain Barak Gallus, the captain of the vessel, sends ensigns to each of you with an urgent request for your presence.
Okay.
So I follow I grab my what's it, data slate?
Yeah,
Yep.
that is it.
I grab my data
It's your
slate
crap iPad of the far future. iPad, not iPad. Back.
and I follow the ensign.
Very well. I assume you all are.
Yep. Malachi will grab his bag.
Okay. Once you guys get where the ensigns are leading you, it seems to be the room where the captain and his officers you suspect have their briefings. Sophia, you've seen such things before. You haven't necessarily stood in them very often, but yeah, this looks like the the command room. You know, in Star Trek when they have a problem in the Next Generation, where they all sit around that giant ass table. Think something like that, but far more dour. That's my viewports. There
Think of
are
that.
one or two.
Yep.
There are paintings of saints about the place, but the captain is there, as is another person. This person is wearing robes almost reminiscent of a member of the Adeptus Ministerium, but it's somewhat different. Colors are green and sort of a creamy white. The captain will nod at Ian, welcome as you come in. Gentlemen and lady, I thank you for your swift response. We have received word from your master, Inquisitor Mar, and I've been bid to change course. The exact contents and reasoning I have been informed I do not need to know, and I'm thankful for that. I will leave Astropath Octiaplex give you the information. And he leaves the room. She is standing there with a data slate. You guys have not been taught any inquisitorial ciphers, so she knows what it says. And astropaths do not need to know the meaning of the messages that they are sending, or receiving. But in this case, since none of you have been trained in that regard, it leaves a rather awkward situation. She awkwardly holds out a data slate to hand it to you. She has written down the information. Is anyone going to take it?
Yeah, Malachi will take it off her.
Okay. The information contained wherein is you apparently are being redirected towards Sephirus Secundus. There was a recent uprising that necessitated force to put down. A platoon of Imperial Guard were set down in the heart of the rebellion and silenced mobs. Once the worst of the fighting had passed, they secured the area, which included an exploration of the Gorgonid mine, where the fighting was the heaviest. The reports are murky, since a number of squads went missing in the dark, but suffice to say the Commissar sealed shut the mine and quarantined the entire region. Under ordinary circumstances, the Inquisitor would have looked into the matter at his own pace. But damage to the world's economy, and by that, the extension, the entire sector's economy, could prove too severe if the problem was left unattended. Hence, though you have not received the level of training that the Inquisitor would wish, you are the nearest inquisitorial forces. Newly inducted or not. You are being sent to Sephirus Secundus to begin dealing with the situation. It is a small matter to divert the vessel to this harsh and frozen world, but until higher ranked individuals from the Inquisition arrive, you will need to deal with the situation.
And Malachi will pass the data slate on.
Would anyone like to roll any kind of a lore if you have them? I know that, Lou, you have infused knowledge. So you could roll Common Lore, Imperium, or Common Lore Calixis Sector, or Scholastic Lore Bureaucracy, if you so wished.
Sure. Let's go with the sector first.
Okay. Common Lore Calixis Sector, you've got to roll under a, we'll say it's a plus 20 check, so you'd have to roll under 65.
46.
Okay. 46, that is 3 degrees success. Now, thinking back, because you've been talking to a lot of people on the ship is an orphan ship, and you remember one or two of them talk about that a lot of materials they had been to Seth for a second. That's where you heard some talk about it is apparently some kind of feudal world, but it is very rich in resources. Some of the crew just mentioned going down there before, but they were talking about, even though it is a feudal world and does not have large amounts of advanced technology, large numbers of transport ships come to gather the materials for various different imperial organizations. It is as breadbasket as Egypt was a breadbasket towards the Roman Empire and much of the world during that period. To the Calixis sector, this is the same thing with ore. The forges of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the industrial complex to feed the war machine of the Imperium in this area is largely fueled by materials in this world. With 3 degrees as well, you're aware that Gorgonid Mine, you're not sure exactly what materials are, but you have heard that there are materials in the mine which are metals. It's not just a case of, iron and copper mined there. This mine is of more importance because there are trace amounts of rare, more difficult to get metals which are used in more esoteric materials and machines than you are used to dealing with.
See, the whole time that he's like thinking about this, just thinking about his lore, he's kind of like looking off into nowhere, but his hands are still typing on the data slate.
Okay.
He's basically writing down everything he's thinking about, and it's almost like he's not even paying attention. It's something that he's developed, that he just thinks about it, and his hands just kind of dictate what his thoughts are.
Okay.
Can I do a roll for the bureaucracy end of it now?
Yep. You can give me a plus 10 roll, so that's 55 you've got to get under.
And that's a 16.
Okay, with that kind of roll, yes, you know that the world is, it's not just categorized as the world, it's a very feudal system of government where people keep 10% of what they mine or earn, and they give the 90% up to their bosses. Their bosses give 90% to their bosses, and so on. It goes up in a very pyramid-like structure until it gets to the queen, who she keeps 10%. So she's keeping 10% of whatever is mined on world for her to sell personally, whatever, to fuel her household and her endeavors. 90% goes over to the Imperium. Whoever orchestrated this deal for the Imperium did a pretty good job, because it is that the Imperium does not pay for that. That is the taxes of the world in many ways, so to speak. The environment and conditions are extremely harsh. You have heard of uprisings of various levels previously happening on world because the conditions for the miners are extremely difficult. But they should know their service to the Emperor, perhaps one might think. Then again, you may have some level of sympathy for these recidivist scum. I don't know. You're new to the horrors of the wider galaxy. I'll leave you decide.
Okay, so he's taking all of it down in his data pad, or his data slate. And, this whole time that the whole conversation's been going around. He's been looking around the room because it's someplace he hasn't been before, and he's just kind of wide-eyed. He's paying attention audibly to everything, but he's like trying to burn a mental image of this room into his head.
Okay.
He's kind of might even hear between, not to interrupt anybody, but when the person's in the middle of in a pause of talking, you'll hear him just be like, "Yes." So.
Okay. I'm not sure if anybody else has anything they can roll.
That would be all on you and Pop-Tart there, Luke, because I am not a lore monkey this time.
Not yet.
I have looked over the data slate I was handed. Would it be against etiquette to transfer to my data slate
Well, the message is for ye.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, you could copy it over if you so wished.
Yeah. And then, he just, I'm figuring, the whole tapping thing, like a lot of the phones do now. Tap it, transfer to his, and hand it off to Sophia.
It's pretty obvious from the tone of the way the Inquisitor's written this. He's not entirely happy that he's having to send you guys in. It might have been a case of him and several other Inquisitors, like, this is an issue that needs to be resolved. And obviously it's a little bit, there's something going on that the guard are finding difficult to deal with. But then when he sits down and looks through the information with other Inquisitorial personnel, you really are just the closest guys, so they need to get somebody on it, even if they're not as experienced as they'd like to send into this situation.
So.
Malachi will look at the astropath who Nick will never remember the name of, unless she becomes important later, and ask, do you have any idea when we'll be arriving?
That is up to the tides, my lord. However, we have already instructed the navigator. It will likely be a few days. We are not far, as such things are measured, at least, from the world, but one can never be certain. Once we make Queen's system, it will be a few days before we reach the planet.
Malachi will nod. I trust in the expertise of yourself and your crew.
Yeah, she looks like she's not overly comfortable with you guys because she knows who you work for. Do you wish me to stay, my lord, or do you have any messages you wish myself and the choir to send in response?
Message received and confirmed, and Malachi will look over at the two of you for confirmation or if you want to add anything.
I'll nod.
Miles will just kind of nod.
Malachi will nod to her.
She will make herself scarce. Gentlemen, I'll leave you a chance to discuss amongst yourselves if anything you wish to say.
Once we know that we're alone in the room, exposition everything that I just learned. About the planet, about the bureaucracy, the whole bit. He's just reading off the tablet.
Yeah.
Almost way like he wasn't sure, what he wrote.
Yeah, Malachi will just nod and listen.
Question, Kev. In 40K, there are people with glasses?
There are, yes. Yeah, there are people with glasses. Oh, no, it's a sucky universe. I'm pretty sure there's someone like fantastic laser eye surgery that does great things and is wonderful, but that's for rich people. Glasses are cheap. Also, there's also bionic eyes, which you do crazy shit with. So why would you need why would you try to get rid of that stuff?
He's got the glasses on, and he'll push his glasses up, and he'll say, "Obviously, we have different talents. Um, you two look like you're more the frontline physical type, but I will endeavor to earn my place and do my part with information and medical uh, help."
Uh,
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to do in the next few days? You safely transition out of the warp, and well, no, you don't necessarily know it's the warp, but you safely transition, and you will be informed that you're in system, and make it'll be 3 days before you get to. Is there anything you'd like to do in the meantime?
I wouldn't mind researching if I could researching what the culture of the planet's like, especially where we're going to be setting down.
You
Even
can make an
the
inquiry. Okay.
uh,
You can
past,
make an inquiry check.
testing, testing.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, my bandwidth dipped. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. We also heard a big ass, frustrated sigh from you.
Oh, then all of it came back at once. Then sorry about that.
No worries. Lou, you can make an inquiry check because there's not really libraries here. It's just asking with people who've been on the planet before, and that kind of thing. So inquiry is fellowship based. You have it trained, I believe,
Yes.
from your previous. So let's go to +20 because these guys have been to the planet before and they're going into systems. So it's easier to get people to talk about it because there's a reason to. They just don't know why they've been diverted. 57. You have to roll under.
Oh well, I failed that one. 77.
Yeah, they talk a lot about. It's a lot of information you already have, just about the planet. When you do ask about if you're asking about about the people on the planet, it's like it's a feudal world mining planet. The guys kind of laugh. It's like it's pretty atrocious. They're just glad they're not those poor bastards. Nick, were you going to ask a question?
Yeah. I was trying to respond when my bandwidth started to dip.
Okay.
That's how I learned my bandwidth was dipping because I could hear, but I couldn't transmit.
Okay.
Did you guys exchange anything after Lou? I'm sorry. What's your character's name?
Miles.
Miles. I should remember that. After Miles basically said what his skill set was.
No.
Okay. I was trying to respond. Sorry. Malachi, would have looked at Miles and said, "Intel support." It just kind of arching his eyebrow.
Forensic science. Some medical training.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, he spoke. He spoke. Nick, can you hear us?
Yeah. I think I lost it when he spoke. What did you say, Lou?
Forensic sciences and some medical training.
He'll nod. That is completely outside of my skill set. I tend to adapt to more martial situations as they come up. He'll look over at Sophia. Was it Pop Tart?
Mm-hmm.
Sophia, whatever.
Sophia. Sorry, I keep forgetting. You have to fuck with the words. But he'll look over at Sophia and say, "And you, ma'am?"
Death. Close
He'll
and
just
quiet.
hmm?
Close and quiet.
He'll just blink and nod. Understood.
So, Lou was gathering information in the meantime, or attempting to. Is there anything that Malachi would like to gather?
Can't really pull up any more information. Probably use the parts to reinforce his lasgun, though, in the time we've got before we arrive.
Okay. Give me a plus 20 tech use or a plus 30 trade armor check.
30. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's a success.
Okay.
Rolled 24, and I think that's under a 50.
Yeah, the loot.
The day before we get there, or before he goes to rest the night before we actually are going to be there, he's going to get the shotgun and the knife, but he's going to make sure that they are cleaned and properly ready.
Okay. Your gear's all fine. You have no problems at that end. That said, you do get responses from the Inquisitor. Some small amounts of additional information as you guys are transitioning. This includes some directions, effectively GPS coordinates towards the encampment and the mine. There's still not a huge amount more because he doesn't have anyone on the ground, so to speak. Like, you guys are going to be the first on site from an inquisitorial point of view.
This is actually quite exciting.
I assume that's in character?
Yes. That
Okay.
Sorry, I had a mouthful of muffin. I was muted. Yeah, Malachi, probably when they're disembarking. He's not wearing armor. He's just wearing, regular clothes. Um, Sword on his hip. Uh, las pistol on the other side. Backpack slung over his shoulder. He'll just sort of shake his head and go, "Oh, it'll get more exciting soon."
And here, Miles is in his full get-up with his Enforcer light armor. And he stops and looks at Malachi, who's not in armor, and he's like, did I misinterpret what I should do?
I'm not sure yet. We're the first people here.
Malachi will make sure to get his, he's got like a lab coat type jacket, and he'll get that and put that over the armor. Not that it's helping much, but he's trying to get rid of.
I'm just picturing like someone trying to put a lab coat on Judge Dredd.
Are you taking off your armor and putting on the lab coat?
I wasn't thinking the Judge Dredd armor. I was thinking something a little bit less. So that's why I thought
Oh no,
it would go over top of it. But that's
it's Judge Dredd
okay.
armor.
Okay, then.
Like Judge Dredd movie armor. It's light enforcer.
Yeah.
Fine.
He's going to actually look at Malachi and say, "Should I take my armor off till needed?"
Might be a good idea for now.
So at that point, he's going to strip off the armor.
Are you going to bring it down in a container or anything, or do you want to leave it on the ship?
No, he'll bring it down in a container.
Okay. Okay. So are you just bringing your gear down in different containers?
For the most part, I don't have much gear, so.
Okay.
Also, me being, the science person, having a container of gear doesn't always mean that it's going to be armor. So I'm hoping
Yeah.
that people will think that it's just, scientific stuff.
Malachi basically just has a duffel bag with all of his shit in it, except for what's on his hips.
It'll be more of a rucksack with like your armor and stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry, when I say duffel bag, I'm thinking an Air Force duffel bag.
if you provide the captain of the vessel with the coordinates you should be dropped off at, he will send down a shuttle with a servitor pilot to drop you off, and it will leave once you have been deployed, disembarked.
Mm-hmm.
Malachi, good.
I was just going to say, we'll give him the coordinates and such.
Yeah, Malachi will actually thank the Lord Captain for his time.
He's very eager. He'll be he's probably wants to make sure you guys don't necessarily take too long, because probably he's gonna more than likely be stuck here, and his cargo holds already full of ore until you guys are done. But obviously, him or somebody further up the line owes somebody some favors. That's it. You're in a small shuttle called a lighter. It makes good pace. It goes down towards the planet. It's a little bit difficult to see the exact surface of the planet as you're coming down. There's a lot of cloud cover. But as you make it further and further down, you eventually manage to get under the clouds. You can see there's large amounts of snow over a lot of the areas. You can see just vast areas. Most of them are fairly rocky. You can see a few small bits of brush. You can see a few areas where there are some fields and agriculture going on. But as you start zeroing in on the Gorgon mine, you can just see these areas. You know the stereotypical World War II Eastern Front where it's muddy and fucking horrible and cold, and there's slush mixed in with the mud. If you put your foot in the puddle, it's just going to be horrific.
Mm-hmm.
You've pretty much got that going on. You can see areas where horses and carts are moving along in the distance, carrying like huge draft horses as well as various other xenospecies, pulling along carts of ore. As you start coming down towards a specific area, you can see it's been cleared off. You can see there is a bit of a perimeter. There's one or two watchtowers have been hastily erected. They don't seem like they were always here. Really, there's just one or two, but the area is just slush and mud. There's no green. Everything's been trampled down to death over a long period. The lighter moves them towards a central area which looks, even though, yes.
Sorry. From when we can actually see the area, how long do we have until it's going to land?
From where you can see this area, the distance probably like 3 minutes.
Okay.
As it has to slow down as it's coming to land.
And how far away from, like, are we landing in the middle of civilization? Is there barely in a civilization?
You think you saw, like, you can see large buildings and houses where you think the workers might go to rest at different points, but then again, given how people are saying going, you don't think all of them necessarily do. They might either have to walk in for a further distance before they start their shifts, or some of them might just end up sleeping in the mines. It's pretty abysmal. You do see around the actual site where you're going to a few more pieces of advanced technology.
Okay. And is this the area, like, was this what the That or the message said would be recidivist zones, or
That had been prior to the Imperial Guard, a platoon being dropped down. You can see there's nice Imperial banner of the 97th Battalion. However, as it starts to come down, the shuttle, the lighter that is, it will land. You hear a bit of a hiss, and the back of the shuttle opens up, allowing you to disembark. There's no word from the servitor, which is imagine this. Actually, popped out. You won't know what a servitor is. A servitor is pretty much, it's like a cyborg person with no personality.
Okay.
Just in your head, imagine a Borg drone, but without all the awesome terrifyingness. That's it.
kind of like Lando's aide from Star Wars. Didn't talk, didn't have any emotion. Lando pressed a button, it got up, walked across a room, punched a few things, and then Vader had problems.
Bleak. A lot green than I expected it to be. And a lot fewer castles.
Oh, you would have seen castles as you're coming down, like one or two in the distance, with like lots of roads coming toward them. But really,
I didn't expect to see more.
Yeah, it's grim, dark. Once you guys have gotten out and started taking your bearings, the lighters, your hatch begins to close up again once you've taken out your materials, and you hear its engines roar, carrying it upwards towards the ship and away from this wretched world. As it shrinks away and vanishes, you take in your surroundings. All around you is an Imperial Guard encampment, filled with scores of grim-faced men and women, some bloodied and bandaged, all wearing the grey uniforms of the 97th Battalion. The camp is mostly a sea of tents positioned around smoking craters, steam vents that belch violet clouds of stinking gas into the air, and the wreckage from the recent conflict. A walker screeches as it patrols the perimeter, its pilot deftly maneuvering the vehicle through the wreckage of old buildings, smoking cars, and unburied bodies. At the camp centre, there stands a rust-red hablok bearing the Aquila, that's a two-headed eagle symbol of the Imperium on its exterior. Beyond, it is a range of low mountains covered in ice and sprawls of industry. Flames belching forth from the smokestack, storage containers, and great bubbling vats issuing toxic steam, and more combine to make the structures look like some vast metal insects straddling the peaks of this rugged range. So what are ye up to?
Kev,
Yes.
common lore, Imperial Guard,
Okay.
3 degrees.
Let's see. I'm just trying to remember what world they're from, because they don't actually give it in the book.
Why would they need to? That's not pertinent information in the grim dark future that is Fantasy Flight. Or is this a Black Industry production?
This is a Black Industry production.
Oh.
So old days prior to Transmitting. We're going to say they are from Cyrus Vulpa, which is an agri-world. The 97 have not a dishonorable, but not particularly glorious background. They take part in different engagements. The layout here seems pretty competent, but you're seeing an awful lot of injured individuals moving around. They're obviously were the victors of the fight, but they weren't. They didn't come away unscathed. Morale doesn't seem to be great at the moment. Looking around, like just the way things are going, they're still doing their duty, they're still doing their jobs, but morale is not great.
Miles will look over at Malachi, who seems to know a lot more about this type of situations than either him or Sophia, and say, "These are the people we're here to help, correct?"
Uh, yes, 90. Was it 97th or
90,
197th?
97th Battalion.
The 97th.
They're the Cirrus Vulpin 97th.
Uh, Yep, the 97th Sears Open. They have a solid record.
There's a lot of them are looking at you. You think word might have been sent beforehand. It's mixed. You guys see a individual, a young guardsman. He has come down from that watchtower, and he is running over towards you. He comes to a abrupt stop, stoops over, hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. After a moment, he looks up and smiles. He looks about like he's 18 at best. Imperium doesn't have good child labor laws. He has bright red hair poking out from underneath his helmet with a pale, freckled skin and youthful features. He salutes. Sirs, lady, welcome to the Gorgana Mines. You're here to help. I just knew it. And he pauses. Yes?
Is he in uniform?
He is.
Does he have a rank?
He is a private.
He'll get the clip salute. Private. Breathe.
Sir, I told him all you'd be coming. So which one of you's the Inquisitor? You'll want to see the Commissar, no doubt. Before you have a chance to respond, you hear a gruff voice. Jerks! You leave your position again! You see, as you turn to hear the source of this voice, a compact, square-jawed, ugly man with his head shaved and a dark blue tattoo right on his scalp. He's wearing grey fatigues, similar to the rest of the guardsmen, but the stripes on his sleeve you will recognise from your... Two of you have military careers and one of you has a career the Arbeits and Fused Knowledge. He is a sergeant. Where his right arm should be is a stump with a metal rod with a bunch of attachments on it emerging. Jertz seems to turn red, and he goes, "No, Sergeant Reynard. I'm just heading back now, sir." And Sergeant Reynard is fixing his gaze on the junior guardsman before the junior guardsman starts to head off. He turns his eyes towards you.
Turn. Salute. Sergeant.
You're a sorry bunch, aren't you? Who are you supposed to be? Not the Inquisitor all warrant. Well, speak up. I won't have commotion in my camp.
Miles looks straight over at Malachi.
Sergeant, do you have someplace we could speak privately?
He starts leading you off. Guys will notice he is moving towards the that bunker I said, the reddish hue on it. As you walk along, he goes, "So, the Inquisitor isn't coming. I suppose I'd better let the Commissar know you're here, sirs."
Kev, real quick, what would be our collective rank?
Nobody's told you yet.
Yeah. We are filling that wonderful nebulous void of authority.
It's like...
Okay.
Okay. Okay?
So
Here, sound of a man dropping glass. He looks around, a big ginger guy. Sergeant Reynard looks like he's like turning, just about to shout at the individual, but he sees the big ginger guy who gives him a look of like, "I don't need your shit." And Sergeant Reynard just kind of like and just continues on his way.
So now knowing that as a player, when he gives us the salute and kind of gives us the whole gruffness, uh, Miles will be kind of
He didn't
mimicking.
salute. I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I should have. Well, when Malachi saluted, um, Miles will be mimicking whatever Malachi does, basically.
Well, that's going to be painful. Yeah.
Well, in that particular situation, how's that?
No, I don't mean physically. I mean, like, God, he's doing it wrong.
I will be standing tall and looking down on him.
After a short bit, you get over towards the bunker. He bangs on the door, the hatch, and says, "It's Sergeant Reynard, and I'm here with the Inquisition." The door is opened by a young man. At this, Reynard starts heading away. You guys can hear somebody kind of giggling. Do you want to give me an awareness check? If you don't have awareness, it's Lou. You've got awareness. If you don't have awareness, it's your perception minus 20. Difficulty is plus 10, so it'll be minus 10 for those who don't have awareness, and it'll be plus 10 for those who do have awareness.
4
I
degrees.
don't really know if I have it.
I rolled a 66. I'm not sure where I fall on that. I think that's.
You are failing. However, due to keen intuition and talent which you have, you can make a check to get under a 41 now.
Okay. 50.
Nick, you can see that big ginger guy. He's got like a broom and he's trying to like sweep off the concrete. It's like, you think that was like, you know the way las weapons have lenses? You think that was one for a las cannon? It's like, he does not look happy.
Yeah.
Carson, giving dirty looks to Sergeant Reynard in the distance. Those of you who succeed, you can see a man who is bearing bandages. He's sitting on a crate. He's greasy brown hair. And he has a straitjacket tethering him to a post that is hammered into the ground. His uniform denotes him as a corporal, and he's kind of giggling as he looks at you.
Is he wearing a dress under the straitjacket?
Nope.
Well, it's not clear.
Nope.
I have a feeling that with everything, Miles is just looking around so much that he's not paying attention to one particular thing.
Yeah, Malachi's just sweeping the area.
This is the door is open. The gentleman, after a moment of just seeing this, like the red color building, there is a man who appears to be a aide, maybe some kind of Batman, some kind. This is a gentleman, the sirs, the Commissar Nihilus will see you momentarily, I'm sure, and he steps aside to let you go into the building. This appears to be some kind of prefabricated structure, hamlock made out of, cement, most likely reinforced. Are you guys entering?
Yeah, Malachi, I'll go in.
Miles,
Commissar Nihilus, and actually I'll explain to you what a Commissar is, because not all of you necessarily do. They are political officers. They are outside the normal command structure, though sometimes they are, for periods, do take command if there aren't officers around. They are there to ensure the moral well-being of the men, up to and including the point of shooting those men in the head, if things go too far. There to prevent such things as mutinies and corruption by the forces of chaos, as well as silly notions as, why exactly do I have to shoot that alien guy? Just these things, questions which the Imperium of Mankind does not like people to dwell on.
They are kind of like fanatical political officers / priest, in a sense.
Not quite so much priest, but yeah. They end up getting attached both to the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Navy. So both Nick and Pop-Tart, your characters, would have encountered them before. The Arbites don't have commissars, but you know what it is due to having infused knowledge.
Yes.
This particular commissar, Nihilus, Nihilius, is in his late 30s, has coal black hair. His eyes apparently are coal black as well, so it must be something to his homeworld, and a craggy face. He wears a black uniform, decorated with his rank, and a few badges of honor. His commissar hat, which is a nice peaked red hat, rests on a hook behind his desk, as does his long black leather coat. He invites you to take a seat. He is sitting himself, has not gotten up, steepling his fingers as he seems to be assessing you.
How injured does he look?
He doesn't look particularly injured. Like, you can see one or two areas where there's cuts and one or two bulges in his uniform where you think there might be where there might be bandages underneath, but he doesn't look horrifically injured. Well, I presume you were sent here from the Inquisition.
It was pleasant to know that we were announced.
Yes.
Completely blank-faced when he says that.
I was told help was on the way, but I must say I am always surprised by the agents of the Inquisition I meet. I'm sure you're all qualified for the task at hand, so shall we get down to business?
Miles will nod.
As you may or may not know, this world is vital to the commercial interests of the sector. Anything that threatens this community, this world, ultimately threatens the larger community. Thus, when renegade activities in this class destroy valuable, and in some people's estimations, irreplaceable equipment, it is deemed necessary to create a show force to eradicate all insurgents in and around lucrative mines. In this case, such as Gorgona Mine. He gestures around. Now, attending to a few rebels is easy work, and as expected, the scum lacked grit, leadership, and dedication to their cause. And so, in a matter of hours, we had contained the site, rounded up a few captives, and were ready to ship out. But as I toured the grounds, something caught my eye. One of the rebels was carrying a sheaf of papers. I examined them cursorily and quickly. It appeared that these texts were some kind of copies, and they were detailing unspeakable acts. It was clear these rebels were foot soldiers for something more sinister. I know my duty, and I sent a dozen squads into the mines themselves. After calling in reinforcements, as the platoon erred on the side of caution, the platoon might not be enough, and we still had to secure the prisoners we had captured. Many of our enemy fled to certain death of our superior firepower for the cover of the mines. It was as I feared it may be. The guards had descended into the mines, and after 3/4 of an hour, they returned, much diminished and suffering terrible casualties. Reports of twisted mutants, possibly demons, and worse came in. And so I decided that until I received proper support, the mine should be closed. I admit I was expecting a larger group to attend to this matter. But I do not question the judgment of the Holy Ordos. I will be able to provide you a map of the mine and directions towards the area where difficulties were most concentrated. In the upper levels of the mine, my men didn't encounter anything of note, but when they entered the tunnels and the shatters, he points to the map, that's where things started to go wrong. I should warn you, it takes a great deal of effort to lift a seal, and it's not quick. We'll let you out, of course, but there's nothing fast about it. So, if you can help it, try not to be in a hurry. I presume you have all come with combat equipment. More than I can see on your person. If not, I could send you to the quartermaster for additional materials.
Malachi will nod. We have additional equipment. We were unsure of whether or not we would be maintaining any level of operational secrecy with your command structure.
Just a moment. I'll be back in a second, gents.
Good.
Talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
Right, so did you all just hear him say he's given us 5,000 XP? We should level up. Is that what I heard?
I believe so.
Great. All right, Luke, you get all of the forbidden knowledges.
Woohoo!
I'll get, a couple of the talents I've been eyeing up. A Pop-Tart. I don't know what the fuck your monstrosity's gonna do. Pretty killy as it is.
As far as I can see, extra attacks and possibly dual wielding.
No, there's always lightning attack. There's always lightning attack. Yeah.
It seemed to work out well for Declan.
Oh god. I still want to see him fight that giant Quig.
It's coming.
Blue?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, you kind of sputtered out at the end there.
That's why I said it's coming.
Ah. But yeah. Now, Malachi was under the impression, no, we may need to maintain some level of operational secrecy. Get off the ship. Fucking red-headed kid comes up screaming, Inquisitors! Woo, Inquisitors!
Malachi has to do everything possible not to facepalm.
No. Some of his former squad mates, filled him in on what some guard regiments were like.
This whole time, Miles is sitting there with his data slate taking notes as the conversation is going on. Not looking at the data slate, of course.
Okay.
Just a little freaky how he does that.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. We had to hoover up the last, in case there's small bits of glass on the ground.
Gus didn't hurt himself this time, did he?
Oh, he always hurts himself.
Okay.
There's just blood everywhere, but you know what? If I help him, he'll never learn.
Last time, he slashed himself pretty good.
I suggest a rolled up newspaper.
It's like clockwork. Like every 6 weeks, I hear shattering glass in the background, and I just go, "Dress, you okay?"
I'm just surprised that it's not all plasticware in their place now.
Give it time.
So,
yeah. So did you catch the last of what I said there, Kev, before you had to run off?
not quite.
Yeah, Malachi will basically look at him, and in answering his question, uh, we were unsure of what level of operational secrecy we would need, or we would be maintaining with your chain of command. We do have additional gear. However, if you could point us into the direction of the quartermaster, that would assist our endeavor greatly.
After he asked about combat, I will set down my duffel bag and start putting on my full plate.
That's going to take a few minutes. There is kind of the eyebrow, like, I mean, he's generally trying to be respectful, although he's kind of going like the numbers haven't been high. But when he sees somebody putting on full plate, there's that kind of like, he doesn't say anything, but he can't keep off his face going, what the fuck?
Well, I kind of see that as Sophia's way of going, oh, well, you don't think we're confident enough? Let me show you how confident we are.
Oh, yes, murder time. Okay, murder gear.
Now, I have nothing to confirm it, but there was a cult active previous in the area years ago called the Brotherhood of Malice. This may be the organization in question, but I do not know it for sure.
Kev, would I have heard of anything of them? Are they local to this planet, or would they be something throughout the...
You do not have the appropriate lore.
Okay.
It's forbidden laws, maybe.
Yeah, that's the angle where you start getting into the black.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Imperium likes this information
I figured
controlled.
Wouldn't hurt that.
Yep. No, that's what you got to do. I bug Kevin about that shit all the time.
So, you guys will make your way to the quartermaster first.
No. Sophia is putting on her full plate.
The commissar was saying, I will... Do you have an estimated time by which you wish to enter? As I said, the seal takes time to open.
How long will it take to open?
Half an hour.
We'll be there in 45 minutes.
Well, he's making his way now to start rounding up men to get it open.
Okay, so he's leaving us in his office while our teammates...
Yeah, his aide is still there as he goes off to get it organized.
It's the guy in the straight jacket.
Yeah.
No, the aide. The aide is not the guy in the straitjacket. Kevin's not paying attention.
No, bad man.
But yeah, no. While when he walks out of the room, you'll just see Malachi get up, and the way he opens the bag, he's using the weight of the bag to open it. He just reaches in. It's like he's done this 1,000 times, and he starts pulling out his armor.
I'll be right back. He said go outside to the container. Nobody carried the container in here, so.
Yeah. Malachi will actually hold up his hand, look at the aide. Could you send a runner, please?
Yes, sir. Where do you want to go to?
He'll tell him where the stuff was left.
Yeah, he'll get a runner to go out and retrieve the stuff for you. He'll be there in a few minutes.
Miles is going to take a medical scan of the guy in the straitjacket.
Okay, well he's outside, so are you putting in your armor first, or you just go number 2?
Okay. I misunderstood. I thought he was in the room for some reason.
No. He was outside before you got in.
I misunderstood.
He's nearby, though.
Then no, I won't. I thought he was in the room with us for whatever reason.
No.
Nah, he's staked out in the courtyard.
Yeah, my miscommunication.
Okay. Your gear, the rest of your gear will be delivered to you. Pop-Tart, you have a lot of weapons.
I do.
You're not really going to be able to be combat effective if you try and take them all with you. There's just too many of them. I'm going to need you to prioritize.
It's in a cave.
Yeah.
I'll leave the sniper
My,
rifle.
Yeah,
basically,
yeah. But even the
home
sniper rifle, you should probably have enough room with that then. You have to combat shotgun, shock whip, shock maul, a knife. Will do it. And your feudal world plate.
Oh yeah, I can probably leave my extra armor too.
Okay. So,
Kev,
yeah.
I assume my Imperial Guard flak armor is nice and nondescript.
Yeah, this one's actually fresh in the factory. Hasn't seen combat yet. Hasn't need to be repaired at all.
Oh, that'll get fixed.
Oh, it will be. Trust me.
So when he finishes slipping that on, well, I say slipping that on, putting that on, then the helmet goes on. He'll just pull the las gun out and sling it over his shoulder where it's on his back. Close the duffel bag back up, put his sword and las pistol back on, and just sling the bag back over his shoulder.
when this is the first time anybody's since this trip altogether since he's been off the station, the side station. The
Yeah.
first time anybody's actually seen him in his armor because he hasn't had to use it.
Mm.
So, well, guess what? I'm Judge Dredd.
By the way, Kevin,
Yes.
fuck our subtlety at this point. It wasn't even our fault.
It's not, but that's just the way the adventure goes.
Yeah.
The adventure normally has, so you're getting off the shuttle, so you're getting off, the lighter's taking off. They've been made aware you're coming, and it's only people who know you're here are Imperial Guard guys. Anyway, so that's something.
Our subtlety on the ship was fine at least, so we can go back there without them screaming the Inquisition.
Yep.
So when everyone's suited up, Malachi will look between the two of you and ask if you're ready.
I'll nod.
As ready as I'm gonna be.
He'll look to the aide. Where's the quartermaster located?
It'll give you directions. The book or the adventure is talking about like, oh, you guys making like random length of time and inquiry checks. It was like, no. It is even if the guys didn't like you, it's a simple fucking question.
And if they did try to give us the runaround, I'd start making command tests.
So the quartermaster. When you guys arrive, the individual here is short, stubby man with a thick mustache, a shaved head. Sorry, he has an Aquila tattoo on his neck, and he is dressed in a flak vest and armed with a las pistol in a holster at his side. He pulls a chewed cigar out of his mouth and, well, why do you come in?
Kev,
Yep.
is he giving me that judgmental, where the fuck did you get that armor look?
No, you're shiny. You're nice and new. It's not his job to keep you alive. He doesn't care.
Wonderful.
Men here are demoralized and jaded.
Wonderful. That's great.
As long as they don't have to go down there, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. That's great. Don't gotta fucking deal with any shit then.
And you notice since Miles has put on the armor that he has a slightly more confident nature to him.
He's wearing his skin.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Malachi will look at the quartermaster. Uh, light sources.
Who are you? He's just looking at you guys. He's been in here all day. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Ah, okay. So, yeah, Malachi will actually sort of look over the two of you and go, well, at least someone didn't know. Uh, we're here on behalf of the Inquisition.
About time. He goes back to the back and he puts down 3 electric torches. Just like puts them down. Flashlights, basically. So he puts them down. It's like, there you go.
Malachi will look at the two of you. Is there anything you think you'll need to be outfitted with that the quartermaster might be able to spare?
Possibly some flash bangs.
He goes into the back. Starts rooting around. He comes back with 4 grenade-like objects. He's like, I got some frag grenades.
That'll do.
We're additionally for the mission. As you guys can see, he's rooting in the back. A lot of those boxes are dangerously close to empty.
Yeah.
They were not, when they were originally sent here, they weren't expected to be here this long.
Yeah, it's the reason I only have flashlights. I'm surprised he had them, actually.
Miles looks, sees that, takes 2, or takes 3 of them, hands 1 to Malachi and 1 to Sophia, takes 1 himself, and pushes back the other one.
At this stage, he just grabs a bag. He just shoves 3 days worth of rations each into it. 1 canteen of water each, and some rolled up 15 meters of rope. Just tosses it on the counter. That's what I got.
I appreciate that. Yeah, Malachi's actually going to look towards the door, then look back to him and ask, how bad is it?
Talk. Boys are spooked. I can't give you more than that without the commissar say.
Malachi will shake his head. No. I mean, that he'll nod towards him.
No. I know. It's out there. It's not good. And back here, they'll get around with us with something better than this local crap someday. Don't know how long though.
Our helmets. Do we have like respirators and stuff inside the helmets?
Not unless you've got an upgrade for it.
Okay.
So,
then he'll ask him if that type of, like a respirator type device, he knows that the quartermaster himself would have it because that's not his type of thing. But will they? Where would we go to get some of those?
probably find someone near a city. If you get one of the wagons, you're there in about 4 or 5 hours.
So the men go into the mines without proper breathing devices?
Yep.
He just kind of goes sullen for a minute.
I just kind of shrugs.
And nods.
I'll stare at.
Could
Oh,
I
forget your name.
could I do a lore check for like basic caves and such, like these mines? See what information I can remember.
It depends what's going on down there. Sometimes the miners end up sleeping down the goddamn things.
Yeah. He's working off of a theory with the whole mutants and stuff. He's wondering if he found a pocket of radiation. So he's trying to.
You wouldn't know about radiation. Captain
Okay.
calls mutants. So, like I said, we're running into, forbidden lore stuff. You're standing there juggling uranium going, this is cool, it glows in the dark. And not knowing that you're
Roger.
fucking yourself up.
Now you were saying, Pop-Tart?
I will start your character like, well, how else would you go mining?
And he will just nod.
Yeah, Malachi will check his chrono. How long has passed, Kev?
Been about 10 minutes.
Okay. What's the quartermaster's rank?
It's like a corporal.
Malachi will look back up at him. Thank you, Corporal. Sorry to eat so much of your time today.
You're guessing there was probably a lieutenant here.
Yeah.
With them, but seeing as the commissar just seems to be outright in charge, like he probably died. That's why the commissar is taking charge for the moment. Bear in mind, 40k platoons are not necessarily restricted to in most organizations is about 30 men. In the real world militaries, as I understand it, 40k runs a bit more fast and loose with that, and you can get caps out at about 70 at most. This one, you think they were about 70. That's one guys. So you got 1 or 2 reinforcements, but that's it. Since it's important for this to be dealt with, but clearly they don't think the guard are. They don't want to send the guard to deal with this.
Yeah, it's a big galaxy. The Guard are needed a lot of places. I mean, they are the Emperor's hammer, after all.
When we get to a point where there's not a lot of people around,
Yeah.
Miles will turn to Malachi and Sophia and say, there's the science and medical part of me that wants to go back and do what I can for those people, but it's not what we're here for.
Yeah, Malachi will just shake his head. You do what you can, where you can, when you can. Right now, we can't.
Up until 2 weeks ago, I'd lived my whole life on a science station.
So, what are you doing before heading down? And just because the commissar is going to have it open, doesn't mean you have to go down there.
Yeah, no, I'm not a social monkey. So, nor am I a knowledge monkey. Yeah, I don't have much I can do. Sorry, guys. Like, I go places. I end things.
Out of character suggestions, Nick?
Yep.
Because it's my first time of playing kind of a social monkey.
Yep.
Or knowledge monkey. Especially in 40k.
Inquiry, maybe. Like, while we're waiting for the thing to get open, you might be able to talk
Yeah.
to a few guys, see what
Okay.
weasel some stuff out of them, maybe.
An inquiry check for you. So you'd have to get under a 47.
That's a 31.
That is a pass. Yeah, some of the guys saying about it was a tough spot. They were saying it was nasty in the mines. They're telling you should go talk to the commissar. One of the other guys you're talking about was just talking about how it was horrible. He's saying about he saw things. He's not sure. He hasn't been able to sleep properly since. He's like, they got Horgan, tore his face right off. They did. Thank the Emperor. You're here to put the things all right. Some of them just take like, oh, for fuck's sake, there's 3 of them. Some are like, oh, it's the Inquisition. They can, shoot fireballs in their arses, and you can kill anything. And some are just like, you're just mad. You're gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. Fuck my life.
Can I do any sort of a roll to try to help morale?
If you took time here, yeah, you could, but that would probably take hours, or at
Okay,
least an hour.
hours, no, but I just, as I'm talking to them, the ones that are more down, I'm trying to be like, the Inquisition is specialists. There's a reason we're here. Have faith.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah,
Anything
like
else you want to get?
you know how I said he's just a bit standoffish, you know, like socially with you guys.
Yeah.
The longer we're around these guardsmen, like the more rigid his, like not difficult rigid, just the more practiced they get. Like he's working on autopilot.
Mhm.
After like 30 minutes, he's probably just scanning the area. It's just the whole absorb the data, process it, move. Because this is probably Kev, this is probably the first time he's been around guardsmen again since he was
Yeah.
recruited. Yeah.
Yeah. It takes about 30 minutes to get to get across the encampment and get towards the area where the Gorgon mines are. As you travel, you see more signs of fighting, more torn or shattered buildings, and wreckage of unrecognizable equipment. The planet is quite cold, and the wind is sharp, is razor sharp as it cuts across their path. When you near the end of your walk, you spot pockets of miners sitting around small fires made from dung, salvage wood, and even plastic, causing poisonous fumes to fill the air. The miners are all forlorn, sporting an appalling number of defects and deformities, as well as plenty of injuries.
Miles will look and be like, that's not healthy.
As you guys come close to mine, you can see the seal itself the Kamazar had put on it measures 30 meters in diameter. It looked like it had been held in place with thick clamps that were grasping it on all sides. On Boston Center is the Aquila of the Imperium. That's the big double-headed eagle symbol. There is scaffolding that was to right of where the seal previously was. Leads up to a small post where there is an attendant with some machinery. You think that might be the Lou and Nick. You think that might be the switch to operate the clamp. Just for the opening and closing it. That's unlocking it. You guys can see that there are 20 big, hairy, indigenous, four-legged beasts with claws. Think a slot had a baby with a mammoth, like a giant slot had a baby with a mammoth. That's kind of you look at, and they look like they have been raised into pulling teams. And it is by their strength they actually managed to open the seal again. This is a heavy thing. Clearly, whatever it was, the Commissar was like hauling enough for something serious. Like when this put down, stuff was not casually going to open. You can see the Commissar, who, despite the disparity between him and the seal, is in no way diminished by its massive size. You see young Hertz manning the platform next to the seal. There are 4 grizzled guardsmen armed with guns standing at the ready. They appear to have opened it relatively recently.
While we're walking over there, Malachi is gonna adjust his microbead and say, check our channel. It's out of character. Synchronized microbeats, guys. It's our
Yep.
radios.
Yep, that would have been really funny if you hadn't taught it because you've never worked together. And you didn't all get them from the same place. They're actually different models, different things. But yeah, you're able to put them on frequencies much, much better.
Call 911.
Commissar Nihilus comes over to you. Are you ready to enter?
He'll nod. Do you have a frequency we can squawk back to you on?
Yes, and we'll be able to receive you from this side of the seal, but you'll need to be close. All the rock in the middle is inside. The transmission won't get too far.
Malachi will nod.
He'll hand over the frequency, or a frequency that you guys can use.
So that is channel 3.
Yep.
Miles pulls the shotgun off his hip.
But yeah, after the frequencies tagged in, Malachi will look over to the commissar and oh god, Inception is coming for us. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Malachi will look over at the commissar and say the 97th did its duty, and it appears to have done it well.
Well, God Emperor watch over you. I hope to hear from you again soon.
Not go with the Emperor. As is the pattern, Malachi will take points.
Miles in the middle.
I'll suggest I take point.
That's fine. Just go into the thing with the gun scanning, because you're wielding melee weapons, right, Pop-Tart?
And a shotgun.
Okay.
Shotgun and a shock mace.
Yeah, he'll
As-
cover you if you decide to walk in.
As you guys begin to go in, and you're moving through the area, you're following the maps. There's multiple layers to it. Yeah, even if somebody had given you descriptions, without the map, it would be almost certain you guys would get lost. This is a tangled mess. You know, the mines follow where the veins are going. You know, and where they think they can get more material is not necessary by any uniform, nice layout.
Do we hear the giant doors of death shutting behind us the minute we're across the threshold?
Not the minute you're across the threshold, but eventually you hear the echo coming through of them.
They were waiting to hear our screams. That was pleasant of them.
No, it just takes a while to close it.
Welcome to the
Oh, they
Rubicon.
gotta- Yeah, they got to get the machinery going. Good point.
Welcome to the Rubicon.
So, after a while, you come to an area where you can see there's a pulley system for raising up some of the materials, but it's a bit of an abrupt drop. You shut it down. It's only 3 meters. There's a few handholds, it seems, that some of the miners had been using, but nobody had the time to go off and dig a stairs. A climb check would be needed. If you have climb, it's your climb. It's your strength. Athletics, sorry. If you have you can roll athletics. If you do not have athletics, which Lou, you don't, it will be your strength minus 20.
I have rope.
Nope.
Walla walla.
How much did you fail by, Lou? Sorry, Pop-Tash?
What am I rolling? I missed that bit.
Your strength. You've get under 42. And Lou, you've got to get under. Ooh, Monster, you've got under 30. Lou.
Kev.
Yep.
We have rope.
Yes. Yes.
I rolled an 11.
You're fine. Goddamn ninja and plate mail.
Yeah, it is actually it's actually impressive because that thing just looks heavy as fuck.
Yeah, no, like Malachi was literally getting the rope out to help the two of you climb down, and just no, I'm in plate mail. I'm just gonna climb down like I'm wearing a dress. It'll be fine.
I love my dice.
I would have passed if it was a straight roll. I rolled a 31 and a 15.
Yeah, you're taking a while to get down. Like it's just you're not like the lady just climbs down in a few moments. You're actually gonna have to take a few minutes. Just a couple times when you're finding it a bit difficult.
And the worst part is, he's like, "Oh, well, that's easy," and he goes to try to do the same thing. And he's like,
Yeah. I rolled a 5, so that's 4 degrees. Of course, I'm not wearing plate mail, so that's nowhere near as impressive.
Nope. Yeah, it takes a little while. You're gonna have to wait a little while for Lou. As it gets towards the end, you can kind of give him a hand, but you can start to descend down. Continuing following the map. Eventually, I'm just describing some of the features you go towards. There is a vast chamber, nearly 30 meters in. It stretches up, it sends about 30 meters overhead, so it's quite a large cavern. But you notice there are 3 columns in this area supporting the roof. As you start to shine your lights around, this looks not entirely natural, like it was carved out, possibly. Or possibly it was just some ancient buried area.
"Can I do any scans to figure out anything?"
Did you get an Auspex?
I thought I did, because I was asking you about something for forensics, and you told me to write something.
That's not exactly what I was thinking it was me. Is that you do not have an Auspex, so you can pick up in the future. Crisscross floors are numerous tracks that seem to travel in utterly random directions.
I've got the diagram, but I have I was thinking of.
You know
What's
what you're supposed to.
That map that the commissar gave us, like, did it have any notations written down on it, or?
Nope. No, well, not here. Like, there's nothing specifically singled out here.
Well, I mean, like, directions, such and such.
Oh, you know what way you're supposed to go through here, like.
Okay.
The route's laid out for you.
Okay.
Are you continuing on from this area?
I'm not the one that was taking lead, so I'll wait to see what the other 2 do.
Perception. It's got some different here, isn't it? No.
Yeah, it's perception.
Oh.
PER.
Yeah, look at that.
Do you have awareness, Pop-Tart?
I have no idea.
I will look. Pop-Tart, you do not have awareness, so it's your perception minus 20.
Ow. So I have to get under 19.
Yep.
78. That's a no.
Yeah, you're just trying to follow those tracks. It's just confusing you. A little bit of a headache.
Malachi will just basically be on Overwatch while you're looking around.
And, there's a certain amount of fascination with, Miles as you're going through all this, because he's very book smart when it comes to stuff, but it's his first time seeing a lot of this stuff up close, in person and such.
As you guys continue on, every now and again you're seeing basically there's rooms that there's doors to. You check in, they're open. It's just, actual proper manufactured, like, steel doors. There's nothing much inconvenience with them, but I imagine you're checking them to make sure they're not getting ambushed or whatnot. Eventually you come to one of those ones, and you come across one of these steel doors. Over top the door is painted with a stencil, subsection 5. There's a glass window set at eye level. This is the same as the rest you've previously seen. However, staining the inside of it and obscuring what lays beyond is a bloody handprint. The door is closed currently.
Miles will say over comms, "That's not ominous at all."
They're standing right beside you.
It's not like Space Marine helmets.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you're used to that, which I just gotta say, no, like they're standing beside you. It's not as,
It's like it's literally for you. It's literally the Judge Dredd helmet.
Yeah, no, I understand that now, but just as an automatic of.
Depending on the kind of plate mail, probably the only person here who might have a face covering is Pop.
I think I do. I probably do.
You want the visor up or down?
I'll go into stealth mode.
Okay, so you guys, this isn't blocking your way, to be clear.
Is it a push-pull mechanism, or is it just, slide open?
It is push-pull. However, as you look towards it and check it seems to be locked currently.
Could I use technology to try to pick the lock?
It would be security,
Okay.
which I believe Nick has.
Yeah, Malachi, I'll actually look at either of you and say, do either of you have security training?
I don't think I do.
Miles, shake his head.
Select dodge, turn to come more, navigate, operate, stealth.
I don't remember you ever taking it.
You don't. You didn't take it.
I think that was going to be one of the later things.
He'll just sling the las gun back over his back and say, "Cover me," and he'll get to work. What's my difficulty, Kev?
The difficulty is going to be +10.
Okay.
Can I tell whether the door is going to come out at us or push in towards the room?
It should go in.
Okay. And Miles is going to try to position himself to wherever that door first opens. If anything's behind there trying to get out, he's going to have a good shot at it.
Okay.
3 degrees.
You unlock the door. I think the key is from the other side. However, once you've unlocked it, you try to go. It's not actually budging. You think somebody's jammed it. Even then, after locking it, either considerable amount of physical strength and elbow grease will be needed to open it in addition, or possibly setting up and using one of the frag grenades to blow it.
Miles wants to try to look in the window. I know there's a blood smear, but see if there's anything.
You see the ground dark inside there. There's no light sources. You see the ground is uneven. Lumps, possibly bodies.
Can I use the flashlight to peer in?
Unfortunately, the handprint is covering too much.
Okay.
You're not really. You're able to make up. You think you're fairly certain there are bodies in the ground, but you can't make out more than that. It's just blocking too much of the view.
I will tell them. There seems to be blockages in there. Lumps in the darkness, given the handprint, as he points to the blood red smear. it would be my deduction that they're probably bodies.
Malachi will nod. Shift so he can hold the gun. Well, so that he can grab the gun when he needs to, and he'll go up to the door. He'll look at either of you and say, I don't know how much physical force you're used to using, but if you want to help, if you want to help, and then he's just going to start shouldering into the door.
Can I try pushing open?
Okay. Let's see. You're all working together. So, Nick, what's your strength?
43, I think.
I'm just going to go with the highest.
Actually, Miles isn't trying to help. He's actually trying to cover them.
Okay.
41.
So Pop-Tart's slightly stronger, so we'll have Pop-Tart roll. With Nick assisting you, it is a challenging, that's a +0 difficulty. So it is 42 you have to roll under. Equal or under?
33.
Yeah, you're pushing it, but whatever they've got jammed in there, it's wedged pretty tight. You're not having any luck.
Okay.
Something tells me that they were trying to think of their people on the outside and didn't want something to get out.
Or they all just happen to die at exactly the wrong place.
Burning question.
Mm-hmm.
I got under 42. Why didn't it work?
Oh, I thought you said 73.
No, 33.
Oh, sorry. Oh no, yeah, I
40.
think it'll work. You know, you're like you got it, but you thought it shunted a bit, and you stood back. You're like, God damn it, it doesn't seem to work.
I was
And then it
highly
changed,
confused.
and you just give it a bit of a fucking kick in anger, and just like it just opens.
Yeah,
Rage was your key.
Yeah, Pop-Tart, I thought you said 43.
So I thought they were different numbers.
But I'm most used to hearing them. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll speak more clearly. That's my
We
bad.
both know that's a lie.
Yeah.
Damn American accent.
50 American. So, inside, there is about a dozen bodies. They are definitely dead corpses.
Kev,
Once you have it, oh, sorry, yes.
gonna nudge one with the foot.
It doesn't move. As you start to put your flashlights around, you see there are all the bodies of miners, but each bears a strange mutation. An extra eye, a vestigial hand growing out of the abdomen, and so on. They have all mutated. And to pretty serious degrees. One of them looks like their flesh just, like it's barely recognizable. It's just you can see the tatters of the clothes that it was one of the miners. And you can see like kind of barbed tentacles coming from it, but it is also dead. You can see the cuts across the way. It's not the only source. Lou, I'm just going to give it to you because I know your skills on that. Looking at the bodies, it's not the only source of injuries, but most injuries are from those barbed tentacles striking out. But you don't think that this creature was physically capable of surviving.
Can I do a diagnostic or medical check with the medical kit or diagnostic kit that I have?
Okay.
Gather information, because we are here for information as much as anything else.
Okay.
Shall we go on for the medical or the diagnostic first?
It's the diagnostic, because you're not trying to get a diagnostic. Definitely the way to go. plus 20 Medicaid check. So
Okay.
you need to get under, let's see, technically, a 75.
That's a 59.
Okay. This individual, you could see, just like sounded like quite heavily mutated. You're not seeing any. You're seeing pretty high toxin levels. That would seem. Well, you've had a bit of a walk around this mine. You've got infused knowledge. Would seem to line up with that. But this individual is heavily mutated. You don't know. Unfortunately, your information on exactly how mutants come to be is extremely limited.
Would I have any type of a recording device?
No.
Okay.
But I imagine you're starting to think through your head. It's like, these are things I will get before the next mission.
Yeah. No, but I'm taking notes on the data slate then, and for the benefit of my fellow inquisitors, I'm actually vocalizing as I'm taking notes. So exposition as you're, for what I learned, we'll learn.
Okay. Let me know when you wish to move on, if there's anything else you wish to do here.
Can I use my knife like a chisel and my mace like a hammer and just kind of pop my knife into each one's forehead just to, make sure brain's destroyed?
Yep, takes a while to get around to them all, but yep, no problem with that.
Okay.
Malachi will actually say when you start doing that, just completely flat tone, that doesn't work. And then he'll look over at Miles and nod to the body he's examining. Lasfire will still kill it, right?
There is much that Lasfire shouldn't kill.
Yeah, I used to think that too. And he's, still scanning the area, half keeping an eye on the bodies.
And have to answer Miles is going to be a little.
Okay.
More correctly, there shouldn't be anything down here that Lasfire shouldn't be able to kill.
Say that again, Lou?
Miles says more correctly, there shouldn't be anything down here that Lasfire shouldn't be able to kill.
Yeah, Malachi doesn't give you a response to that one.
Didn't figure so, but so yeah.
Okay. You guys can continue on for. Sorry.
I was just going to say do the examination and kind of move on when they're ready.
Okay. It does take a while to get down to the area known as the Shatters. Describe a bit more details because it changes as you go along. The walls, you can see a few sonic drills lying around. They'd be pretty useless for combat, but they'd be good for breaking up stone. The work here, none of your characters really have a background in mining. Even to you, it looks sloppy. The walls, even the areas which seem to have been put aside for use, are anything but smooth.
How big are those sonic drills?
Well over a meter in length. Pretty heavy, bulky. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to be used for combat.
Yeah, well, I wasn't thinking combat, but if there's certain places we need to.
Oh yeah.
Well, if they're that big, then don't worry about it.
There are some cracks along the walls. A filthy grease oozes out from the cracks. Bright orange centipedes are scuttling in and out of the gaps. The corridors and rooms are approximately 2 meters tall. They drip with a slippery slime onto the floor, where it gathers in a pretty awful smelling puddles. thick steel beams are in place, and they are supporting the areas in certain positions. All of these thick steel beams bear semi-permanent bear permi lamps. Lamps. Though a few are working, shedding a few are working, shedding peculiar green light all around them. All those, the fewer that are still standing, many of them are broken or rusted off, have metal hatches with wheels that lock or open them. The air in this place is noxious. It's pretty foul-smelling. Lou, you don't think it's going to be good for your health to stay down here, even for relatively short periods.
Yeah, no, he's going to take out the equivalent of like a handkerchief or whatever, bandana, put some water on it and tie it around his face, and he suggests the others to do so. But the shorter amount of time we can stay down here, the better.
The area you're in at the moment, you've seen no sign of the creatures the guardsmen claim to have encountered, aside from that one room. There have been plenty of unusual and suggestions for those walls, suspicious pools of blood, disturbing claw marks and more as you start to explore this area. But not exactly what they've been talking about.
It's fascinating that we had to get through that door and we saw no sign of the guards yet.
Well, you saw Las blast bolts at different positions, or burn marks against walls and things. So fighting has gone through the various areas. The passage through which you're coming through is as an old rusted door, labelled 12 in Roman numerals, but is covered with red graffiti proclaiming the shatters. You can see shattered rock all around the portal, and oozing from the gaps is the runny grey slime that drips and collects on the floor near the base of the walls. The door itself is filthy and equipped with one of the crude wheels. Can I get awareness checks off people? Difficulty plus 10.
Where?
If you do not have awareness, you're rolling at a minus 20, so it's a minus 10 overall.
Do degrees matter, Kev?
Not particularly for this.
Okay.
I rolled a 60. I don't think I made it.
Rolled a 95. I didn't make anything.
Okay, guys, I got this. I rolled a 1.
Do you get a free roll additional minus 10 because of keen intuition?
Okay.
How do you roll a 1?
0, 1.
Nice.
You can roll a 0?
You can roll
no,
a 0, 1.
No, I rolled a 29. He was asking how you roll 1. You know how you got your 1 10-sider? That's the doubles?
Mm-hmm.
If that goes 0, 0, and the other one is a 1, that means it's a 1.
I don't have 0, 0 on mine.
No, you have the Cthulhu head.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 0, 0. Okay. Did
Guys,
not figure that out, actually.
You guys succeed. There's one of these doors to set in front of you with the crude wheel. You notice scratches on the floor and bright rust spots underneath where the hinges are. It looks like the door was relatively recently opened. You also notice there's a small drop of fresh blood on the edge of the door. The door is not... It's not locked, it's hanging a little halfway open.
I know that, out of character, I know that Malachi got lower than I did, but I will point this out. That's fresh blood. That way, at least, Popstar's character will know.
Malachi, I'll nod. Kev?
Mm-hmm.
Las guns have the maximal setting, right? Or las weapons?
No, variable setting.
Variable setting. Okay. That's right.
It's in the last gun rules. Maximal's
Yeah.
different. Plasma weapons.
Yeah. No, I can never keep the name straight in my head.
Is there any way that I could do diagnostic or medkit test, probably diagnostic, on the blood to see if it's a human or if it was mutated? Since I've already got uh, I've got scans off the mutants from before.
Yeah, but it's more the physical side of you examining them, their internal organs, mutation thing. Unfortunately, like I said, without mutation identifying from like forbidden or mutation, it is difficult from just a blood drop. However, let's say you check it. You can confirm it is human, and the toxin levels in it would be in line with those of the bodies you examined before.
Seems like this might have been one of them, or something like those back there. And he thumbs it back to the way they came.
The creature.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Well, I'll be honest. I'm not comfortable in this armor. It needs to be broken in. Shall we open the door?
Miles grabs his gun, grabs the shotgun. I'll cover.
Does Saphira want to take point again, Pop Tart?
Sure.
Yeah, Malachi will open the door then.
Beyond the portal, you see a macabre scene. A 2-meter wide corridor extends for some distance ahead of you. Flickering lights generated by green lamps set inside support pillars cast everything in a sickly glow. The floor is covered in blood, suggesting a great slaughter took place here. The chunks of flesh and glistening organs confirm your suspicions. Scattered here and there are sodden uniforms of guardsmen, some still some still clutching a piece. Some of the bits of clothing you occasionally see have a bit of flesh attached to them still. A door stands on the west wall a few meters ahead, and an open passage branches off to the right and left all along the shaft's length. So really, there's a door to the left. There is a way to the right, cavern a tunnel that goes off. Further up, there is more exits to the left and right. So it's go left through the door, go right down the cavern, or continue down the corridor, or continue straight ahead. That's if you want to enter this, bloody slaughter scene.
I'm going to look and see if there's any type of identification for the guards' bodies.
Yeah, you actually find some broken, dented. There is you find some dog tags.
I will collect them. When we were coming up until the point when we were coming down to the planet, I was excited about the opportunity. I'm less excited now.
Malachi will just nod and go, that happens.
He looks at the two of you.
Okay.
He'll look at Saphira. You're on point, Pop Tart. Which way do you want to go?
Left.
Okay.
Can I stealthily go left?
Okay, so you're seems to be stealthing ahead. You can stealth is based off agility. So you have to roll under 55 for ordinary difficulty check. Go for it. You can see she is stealthing ahead.
21.
Yeah, you stealth over to the door. It is closed. You trying to open it?
Slowly.
Yeah, it's stuck. You don't think it's locked, but you think shouldering it would do it, which will not be stealthy, unfortunately.
No. Really? A
Miles,
Valar in heavy armor?
Miles, also in position.
28.
It's at this point, so he's, falling into pattern.
Yep.
28 to open the door.
Yeah, you're able to shoulder it open, make a bit of a clang against your full plate. Slight dent. Beyond the portal is a good-sized room with concrete walls, floor, and ceiling. A table lies tipped over on its side in the center of the room, and broken furniture litters the floor. Cupboards and cabinets line the wall, but the doors of the cabinets and cupboards are missing or opened, revealing cobwebs and dust on the shelves. You can see there is a figure hiding behind the table.
Miles will look over at Malachi and kind of nod his head and point.
Malachi will approach the figure that is hiding behind the table. Kevin?
So it is a rather gaunt and pale-looking man in miner's robes who cowers as you approach, curling up into the fetal position.
I wonder why.
Identify yourself.
I did nothing wrong. Don't hurt me, please.
That's fine. Identify yourself.
I good man, a loyal man, and I am a minor man. I am Rat.
Miles is gonna come up and start doing some diagnostics and medical tests, just to see how much radiation or what, not radiation, but
Toxins and
toxins, such a, right, thinking the right word. So
But yeah,
toxins,
you know about radiation, just don't know its mutating effects. But yeah,
Yeah.
you're just he's definitely a minor, all right. As you're scanning him, he's kind of uneasy with the equipment, clearly never having seen this like before.
Hold still.
Be easy. This is medical equipment. That's all.
He's clearly looking uncomfortable. He's not moving. He's clearly afraid of you guys. There's no other exits to this room.
Saphira, do you want to get in the door?
Okay. Do as asked.
Can I tell how much the toxins have affected him and such? Is he going to be
You're not seeing any mutation on him. At least not overt. You can tell at the moment.
Interesting. Should I be making rolls for any of this, or is it just kind of stuff that...
No, I'm just saying it fair enough. Censor you. So he's not looking comfortable, the heavily armored guys.
He seems to be fine with all this. I've kind of heard about immunities within, certain genetics, but it's still surprising.
I don't really have anything to say. It's just, still keeping the gun pointed in the guy's general direction, just in case.
You know how to get out of the mine?
Go up, but I run away. Men with guns come, shoot everyone.
Well, the men with guns are here now, and they're telling you to get out of the mine or get up to the top. Does he look like he has any type of communicator on him?
No,
Oh,
definitely not. Remember, this is a feudal world, and they treat the miners pretty badly. Because they're filthy serfs. I go up, not get shot.
no, you won't. Hold on. How far back were the guards?
Oh,
We're not, we're
well
not
over
going to
an
be in
hour.
range with them anymore.
But you're not voxing them.
Huh?
You're not voxing them from here. You're not communicating with them. They're
No,
it's an hour's journey.
The guards that were dead.
Hmm. Oh, the guards that were dead?
Yes. How far? They're like one room back, right?
Oh yeah, they're right outside this room.
I'm going to go back and see if any of them had communicators on them.
Not that are working.
Okay.
You're not sure he'd know how to operate one anyway.
Okay. I'll tell him, go up and go to the door. The vault will be closed. Wait for us a day. If we're not there, knock on the door and they will try to get you out. Do you understand?
He nods. He doesn't want to argue with you guys because you have guns. He picks up like the leg of a broken chair and he heads outside. He's pale anyway, but he just looks at like all the gore. And he looks back at you like he doesn't want to go out there, but he goes through and he heads out through the entryway you came through.
Before he completely leaves, Miles will say, "We came the same way. That's how it's safe. If we made it this far without anything, trust in us."
Okay.
So send him on his way.
So, where do you want to go now?
Well, Miles kind of looks over at Malachi at first just to see if there's any type of reaction as to what he just did.
Nope.
Didn't figure so.
Like it's the same, threat alert response deal that's been going on since, we ran into the bodies. Actually, it started before then. It just, hit its zenith at that point.
Yeah. Medically, he checks out for whatever reason. I believe he'll be safe.
Okay.
If he's not, the commissar will handle it. We
Mhm.
have other duties to attend to.
Gentlemen, Pop Tart, you're on point with this group. So, you went through the entry on the left. You could go across to go through the tunnels, or you could go up further north, so to speak, following the tunnel beyond where you've previously seen.
Anything on the ground that would go and point me if we're going in one direction or the other?
No, there's just gore everywhere. You can see footprints at different points, but they're leading off in various different directions and leading into more puddles of blood.
So there isn't a bloody glove in any general direction?
Not pointing a finger, no. Let's try though.
Hey, at least I didn't ask if there was a knife buried.
Does so the one going to the north, is that staying on the same level and the other one goes down or something? Or?
No, they're all on the same level. There is, like I said, there's from when you enter this area, there's a way to the left, right, and then a continuing on north, shall we see. So you went into the room to the west. There's a tunnel to the east, and there's a tunnel going north.
If we checked out the west, we might as well check out the east.
Yeah.
Shortly after you guys going into this area, you see it breaks off. There is an area to the south, an area continuing to the west. As you're moving along and moving your flashlights, you see something to the south stirs in the darkness. Something big. Something awful and stinking of all the charnel houses in the Imperium. It lurches to its feet, swiveling its massive head to fix you with 8 glowing red eyes, positioned randomly about its vaguely man-like head. It
Pew, 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 pew,
chuffs
pew,
as it
pew.
waddles its way towards you, revealing that it still wears the tatters of its guardsman's uniform. People need to make a awareness check. So you do get to act this round. Plus 10 difficulty.
I think I failed. It's a 66. I rolled a 66.
Lou, remember you've got keen intuition, so you get to make a reroll at
Well, I
minus
just
10. So you've got a further one.
that's a 48.
38.
Afraid not. Okay, you're passing, and Nick.
2 degrees.
Nice. So, 2 degrees. Okay, you both get to act this round, or various aspects of depth, so to speak, or only Mr. Lou is the king to act this round. I need initiative rolls. Initiative is generally 1d10 plus whatever the tens is of your agility.
Kev,
Yeah.
9.
8, and then it'd be plus 4.
I rolled
So
10.
54.
Okay.
Some of them came up double odds.
I believe mine's 12. Is 8 plus 4, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm understanding it.
14.
Right. I also need everyone to give me a willpower check who doesn't have jaded.
Ah, I'm good.
Do I have
Nick's
eight?
good.
I don't think so, do I?
I do not think you do. Yeah, Lou, you're the only one who's to make this check. So
Gosh,
give me a willpower test.
that's a 53.
Okay. They got shortened down because rules. Yeah, basically, which match in your first round where you can act, you can only take a half action, we'll say. So you're just kind of like, you've never seen anything like this before.
Okay, does the keen thing work there too, where I can reroll? Or no?
No. This is the keen intuition is for perception checks, not for willpower checks.
Okay.
It's for awareness checks and inquiry checks. That's it. So, with that said, Sophia gets to go first.
Alright. What did you say it had on it?
This thing, you can see it's got the tattered uniform of a guardsman that matches the 97th Battalion. It appears to have bits of skin still in its mouth. It's got 8 glowing red eyes all about its head. The assault thing also seems to be... It's not nice and symmetrical, but it is heavily muscled. You can see bits of like random patches of like hair. I think you see actually a tooth coming out of its jaw.
Alright, so no armor then?
Not that you can see. I
Alright.
think so.
I will hit it with my mace.
Okay, that is going to require you to charge in. Charging will give you a plus 20 to hit. So it'll be your weapon skill plus 20. You've got to roll under 70.
That is a 12.
Good God.
Okay. With a 12,
Oh, shock mace.
give
I
me a
haven't
second.
married of weapons. I just want to clarify what one I had equipped.
No, you said shark mice. So yeah, it will try and dodge you. It's got a very slim chance. It fails to dodge you. So first we'll do your damage. I can't remember exactly what the shocking does right now. But first we'll do your damage.
With all his stuff, if he did the crushing blow, you had said the other day it would be 10 plus.
Yeah, no, the crushing blow is just a passive that's added all the time to his melee axe.
So it's a D10 plus 10 then.
Yeah, that's a D10 plus 10 with a penetration of 0. So just roll 1d10 and add on 10.
4?
So
So,
14.
14. Okay. Let me see. 14. Yeah, you've quite badly injured it, but that enough would not be enough to put it down. It's extremely tough. There's very few people you know who take a blow like that unarmored. That said, it is a shocking weapon. It has taken at least 1 point of damage. It's got to make a toughness test, or he's going to take fatigue and be stunned. He's pretty tough, but the damage alone was well worth doing the attack. He passes the check and kind of screeches as you hit it, but it still seems like it's ready and willing to impart harm upon your person. Miles, unfortunately, this is the round where you don't get to act because of the failed perception check, despite your bonuses. Next round will be the round where you can only take like a half action. Malachi, Saphira has jumped forward to attack this beast and smack it with a shock maul, injuring it. You've seen, men from that kind of a blow having their, heads caved in. This beast yet stands.
Is there a risk of hitting Saphira if I go into semi-auto? I'm sorry, auto.
Yes, you're almost certainly hitting her if you do that.
Okay.
There are penalties even if you go single shot. There are penalties.
Yeah, I'll just go single shot then.
Just short. What are you shooting?
Last gun.
So 10 for short range, 10 for aim, 10 for single shot, minus 20 for close combat, plus 5 for custom grip.
Yep, I already factored that in.
And
So-
modified grip is plus 2 in it for this amount of time. So it'd be plus 17 to hit.
I don't have a modified grip on it.
Modified
Yeah.
stock, I meant. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
I don't have that.
Okay.
Well, that succeeds. That's a 1. So
Okay. That will hit it in the head, actually, with a roll of 1.
yeah. Give me a second to tell you what the damage is. Shit, that's what the damage is. It is absolute shit. 5 damage energy.
Unfortunately, that will barely hurt it. It's a tough beast.
Yeah. Pin 0, by the way.
Okay, it's got no armor anyway.
Yeah.
Let me see. It raises one of its fists. You can see some of the fingers are longer and larger than the other ones. It's got a few stray hairs going out. So it's raising its fist. It's going to try and hit Saphira. Saphira, being a practiced warrior, this thing, though brutish and inhuman in its size, is not a skilled warrior. It's got the build to do serious damage if it actually connects with a blow, but its actual skill and instincts are poor for this kind of combat. Saphira, it's your turn again.
Alright. I swing again. Really? Did you have to do that?
This time you're getting aim is +10, single shot is +10, so that is a +20 to hit.
Yeah, my cat just walked by and smacked my dices there.
They were moving. It had to be stopped.
Yeah. Toward the window, fuzzbutt. 37.
37 will hit. It will once more try and dodge you. It will fail, even though that was a good roll, because it's not good at this.
That's a Cthulhu symbol. So
That's your
10 for me.
highest, which is 10, so.
So 20 damage then? Right?
Yeah. 20 damage? Oh, you're gonna be a righteous fury, but yeah, that won't matter because you're gonna be. I'll tell you what happens. So bring your shock maul down. It rips the flesh from the leg, causing the blood to spray out in all directions. Even as the target attempts to futilely stop the sudden flush the sudden flood of vital fluids, he falls to the ground and dies in a spreading pool of gore. In addition, such is the agony of the target's death that his terrible screams drown out all conversation for 2d10 meters for the rest of it. So basically, you guys just hear screaming in a not entirely human manner for a few horrifying moments. Lou, how'd you
Yes.
like things off your homeworld now?
I'm glad I wore my brown pants.
Such a good movie.
So Miles is going to get his med kit and run over to Saphira and see if there's anything he can do. Make sure to get that gore off you. Don't let it touch you too much.
It's like your feet are just covered in gore and just like spatters it all over your armor and face. You've been covered in blood before.
He'll pull out something for her to wipe off with. Get that stuff off your skin. And do some checks just to make sure. And then he turns and was that one of the guards that just came down here? Or were there other ones that were here before? He says to the other two, kind of talking out loud.
Malachi just, same flat tone, probably.
You guys can see bones and a few bits of debris, bits of uniforms, both out of miners and of guardsmen around the area. And as I said previously, this thing's corpse there.
Diagnostics.
Yeah, it's for diagnostic.
Well, diagnosticer tells you it died because the woman in plate armor beat the shit out of it.
Diagnostic, but investigating here. Lou, see, this is the bit that's really going to start confusing you. This guy, who has the 8 eyes, he's got you from. You know the toxicity levels you've been looking for?
Uh-huh.
Really low levels of those. Like, he's got some. It started getting into his system, but compared to the other guys, not a huge amount. Yeah.
He's going to actually, slap the side of the diagnostic thing and check it again.
Same result.
And he kind of steps up and backs away from it.
You guys can, as I said previously, there are bones lying about the room, a few bits of flesh. It seemed like he had finished off some other meals, and there was one body he was working away on.
You know how when we came through that breachway, we found the bodies?
Yes.
High toxicity levels, 78%, as big and mutated as this thing looks like. It's only got 12% toxicity. That's not.
Malachi hits the release and drops the las pack that he only fired one shot from. Puts it into a place in the harness he's wearing. Pulls out another one, and as he's doing that and reloading, he just says, "The mutant, the Xenos, the heretic." Yeah, you can just hear the clicking as it goes back into place. It's not my job to understand. It's my job to annihilate the enemies of the Emperor of Mankind.
I don't want to help that thing. We should get out of here.
If you feel the need to leave, go.
He kind of catches himself mid-breath. No. I mean, this area in particular. I don't want to get contaminated with this thing.
Malachi will walk over. The last gun, moving it to his left hand. Put his right hand on Miles' shoulder. Turn him so he can look him straight in the eye. You have my word. If you begin to transform into one of these creatures, I will put you down before you can feel it.
You can really see his Adam's apple kind of gulp, but he doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
And then just nods at Malachi.
He'll just pat him on the shoulder and, get back into the Overwatch position.
Did I mention 2 weeks ago I was on a science station?
Did I mention 2 weeks ago it was worse than this? We should keep moving.
So, I imagine you guys continue heading east.
Yeah.
Yeah. You find this area doesn't have much in it, except for 6 decapitated heads. That they're not like left down in any kind of pattern. They're not left down, in any uniform manner. They're not left down like all, properly laid down in place. It's like somebody just tossed them in here.
Female ragged.
Have we seen any bodies without the heads? Well, in particular.
Actually, the guy that he was partway through eating, the many-eyed guy, that guy didn't have a head, but you didn't exactly go checking the other bodies because the whole thing's freaking you out a bit.
Yeah.
Was that the only thing in there?
This is hell.
Yeah, that's the only thing in there.
Wait, hold on. What does Malachi say?
You're Malachi.
You're Malachi.
Sorry. Miles. Too many M's.
Miles says this is hell.
No, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, Malachi just shakes his head. You'll know when you're there. Let's keep moving.
Zafira's third birthday, it was like the Red Wedding. Just like, this shit again. Violence everywhere. Yeah, it's probably somewhat more disturbing for Miles that the others, who seem to be somewhat more traveled than he is, are much less disturbed than him. Going further north, going back to the main tunnel and going further north, you come across a large intersection after a while. The light shining in the area is not flickering here. It clearly reveals the carnage. There are pools of semi-congealed blood covering the floor. Give me an awareness check, gentlemen. But it is effectively a crossroads in the tunnels. There's a way to the west, east, and north. You're coming from the southern entrance.
I think I failed that. I am re-rolling.
Plus 10 overall.
I got 9.
Okay, it would have been 57 the first time.
57, you would not pass, so you can get a 41 for the second one. So.
Second roll is 18.
Yeah, you're gonna notice.
2 degrees.
Okay.
I believe I have 9. I got the star on my 10s die.
Yeah,
you notice. Yeah. Okay. I think all of you pass, so. You can see there's the green glow, like you can see faintly areas going much further down this corridor that goes in. Harry, you notice very at the end, you're noticing a faint flickering, almost pinkish hue. For the tunnel, you can't make out that area, it's too far away. But like I said, there's ways to the west, to the east, and to the north.
Miles just thought of something. Does he have anything in his medical kit that could possibly help them with toxin poison?
Yeah, you do.
So he's going to stop and say, hold on a minute. And he'll set up whatever he needs to set up with to try to...
Yeah. Lou, are you checking the guys out?
Yeah.
They're 3%.
3% already.
Yep.
I check myself as well, all 3%?
Yeah, you're roughly all 3%.
Could I try to figure out some sort of antidote type thing or something that will slow it down?
Lou?
Yes?
You're coming across. You're probably starting to pick up the horrifying conclusion. You're not sure how involved the goddamn toxins are. I mean, you know they're not good for you, and they might be a factor in this, but you're not sure these are the main cause.
No, but it's what he can do.
Oh yeah, it's what he can do. You can give the guys a few pills and stuff to try and offset some of the effects.
Yeah, he feels helpless in this situation. He's trying to take control any way he can. Anything he can do.
He's coping.
Yeah. So, here pop these, here pop these. Boop. So.
Yeah, Malachi doesn't even question it, he just takes them.
So.
I'll pop up my visor and take them too.
There's... Anybody else
God.
glow down there?
Malachi on the nod. Which, by the way, I just realized what we are.
Yes.
So, we have a surgeon from a, highly rated hospital. And 2 BioWare characters.
Not quite, but okay.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
Where do you want to go?
Just one direction left, wasn't there?
There was west, east, and north. Like, these are new directions from the area covered in even more blood and bodies.
Another. Okay.
What was the mission statement again? Miles says.
Nick doesn't remember when Malachi would rattle it off.
It wasn't exactly because they didn't know exactly what was going on. It was basically something weird's going on here down here. Sort it out as best you can until we can send more people.
Yeah,
Because, it takes time.
yeah, from what I remember vaguely, it was basically reconnaissance. Deal with what you can.
So we've got some reconnaissance. I've got some good information. Let's go.
Where do you want to go?
Let's go back. He's just like at the first. He's like, I've got reconnaissance. We've got information. We could. Let's go. And he looks at the two of you.
I'll go left.
Okay. Pop-Tart, give me, and actually everybody give me an awareness check. Challenging, so it's +0. If you have awareness. If you don't have awareness, it's a -20.
There's a fail.
You can reroll the -10 loop.
And there's an +1.
Okay.
That's why that's your superpower.
It's
2 degrees.
2 degrees. Yep. And Pop-Tart?
16.
Okay, well, you got a 16. Okay. Yeah, they're not getting the surprise on you. You can see there are a few crates or supplies or stored in this area. There's a way to the south and a way to the north from here. 4 mutants are lying in wait and they're getting ready to attack you. Anyone who hadn't passed the check would have been surprised. These ones are not as grotesquely mutated. They are certainly disturbing to see, but it's nowhere near as that many-eyed freak that you saw earlier. Can I get initiative checks, gentlemen? So that's a D10 plus the 10's bonus of your agility. It's like the cap of the 10. Yeah, 10s.
This is turning into a pattern.
12.
That's 6.
9.
Okay, so they're not surprising you. So Saphira, you can see the mutants. There's about 4 of them. They're not as big and tough as the last one.
Okay.
So what would you like to do in your turn?
Guess I'll hit the first one that I come to.
Okay. Charging in gives you a +20 to hit. So it's your weapon skills 20. That's 70 you've got to get under.
13.
You will... Yeah, that's going to hit. He is going to try and dodge. These ones are actually using weapons. They've got crowbars. He'll try. He's completely failing to dodge your attack. Would you like to roll your damage?
Oh,
D10 plus 10.
18.
Ooh. Yeah, you just bring it through the side of that thing, and it goes flying against the wall. You guys hear a crack of its neck as it hits against the wall. Miles, you see her leap forward without hesitation and smash one of these things against the wall. What are you doing in your turn?
I thought that Malachi was ahead of me.
Oh, what am I... Sorry.
I was 6.
No, Malachi... Oh, sorry, you got a 6. Sorry.
Yeah, Malachi.
It's all the
2
M's.
M's.
Damn.
Should I...
Sorry,
swap my
Malachi
name?
did.
Should I be Cameron Miles instead of Miles Cameron? Would it make it easier?
No, it's too late. We just have to deal with it. It's not as bad as that goddamn Kingmaker game where 2 of the characters are actually called Arcturus. Because one of them had a secret identity.
Of all names, how did 2 people pick?
I don't know.
Dross randomly decided what he was going to call his character the day before the game. I have played that character several times over the past 13 years.
But Malachi, it's your turn.
Wait, find out what Sutter's real name is.
Bob Saget? Yeah. Uh, don't suppose I could, go into auto fire for one of the guys that isn't in close combat with Saphira.
Yeah.
Great. Because I can only dodge once.
Same attack. You can still attack dodge all those. So aim, plus 10, short range, plus 10. Your semi-auto wing says plus 0, so it's plus 20 onto your ballistic skill.
Yep. 5 degrees.
Oh, do you have this set on high setting or normal setting? Like high, medium,
Normal.
low?
Normal.
Okay. So how much? What'd you get?
5 degrees.
Okay. It utterly fails to dodge your attacks. Would you like to roll your damage? Both hits.
I would.
One at a time, please.
Yeah. Hold on. Make sure I'm. I get 3 shots.
Nice.
Yeah. So. You want them individually or total?
Individually. No, I need them individually.
Okay.
Total is actually used to me. So how much?
I wanted to make sure I was remembering it right.
Let's go.
8 on the first one.
Quite badly injures him, but doesn't take him out.
12 on the second one.
And he's down. The last one, make sure he's not getting back up again.
Yeah, it's a 5 on the last one.
Okay. Right, so that's 5. He's injured. There's only 2 of them up, so at this stage. Let's see. The one you've shot at, Nick, comes charging towards you, wielding a crowbar. He's not exactly doing well on trying to hit you, however.
I thought he went down.
No, you were shooting at 2 guys, weren't you, closer together? Or were you just shooting at one guy?
I thought I was just shooting at the one guy, but okay.
But just say you're shooting at the other guys, it was also my mistake. So he's injured, but he's swinging the crowbar at you. But he's found you managed to bring up the shaft of your rifle in time to block the crowbar attack coming in. The other one is going to try and wail on Saphira. He is bringing an attack in. Would you like to dodge? Dodge is based off your agility. So this is just a plus 0 onto your agility, so you got to roll under 45 to avoid the attack.
Star and 10.
So
Star
that
is
is
10 on that
a
die, so that's 20.
That's a 100. So yeah, you're completely
100.
as you know, terrifyingly
How's that
powerful.
100?
A 10. Oh wait, yeah,
you
that's
know
just,
how you know how you have the one die that has your 10 spot? You know, like your 30, your 20, 30, whatever on it?
your percentile. That is telling you what the tens number is. And then if you roll like a 1 with it, that's an 11. If you roll a 10, wait, no, sorry, it's 10 to hit. Jesus Christ.
I have one die that goes and rolls 10s, and I have one that
Sorry,
rolls
yes, you got a
singles.
10 on the percentiles, and you got a 0 there. Yeah, it's a 10 to hit, sorry. Gosh.
I rolled
It's
a
because you
20.
keep saying those goddamn Cthulhu numbers.
I know. I have a 20.
Yeah, you're degrading my sanity score.
Pop-Tart. Pop-Tart.
Yes.
I'm using 2 different colored D10s.
So, you managed to avoid its blowing mesh, like just step back in a moment, just so its attack will swing through the air. Bear in mind, you all have fate points. You can use these fate points for a number of things, including getting a bonus before you try to make the roll, as well as when you are going to, when you fail the check, you can spend a fate point to reroll. However, that little individual has failed to hit you because you dodge out of the way. Miles, it's your turn. They're all in close combat.
Yeah, exactly. And me with a shotgun, that ain't gonna work out well.
You do have your boot knife.
Yeah, and I was probably kind of close to Malachi.
Yeah.
I will take out the knife from my belt, and I
You
will.
don't have quick draw, so that's a half action.
Okay. And I will
But if,
stab the thing. Because you said.
well, you're gonna have to move over towards him, but you will be giving Malachi outnumbering bonuses.
Okay.
You take out your knife from ready, whatnot. Sophia, there's an injured one in front of you. For what little good it does him.
Oh. He's uninjured for now. I'm going to swing at him.
Aim +10, single attack +10. Each of those is a half action. So you're doing your +20 hit. That's 70. You've got to roll under.
$67.
67. That will just about hit. He almost gets out of the way. You're able to bring the mace down in time. On its leg,
10 plus 10 for my bonuses, so 20.
okay. Yeah, you just bring it down. You actually, with such force, it actually breaks the leg open, tearing the flesh. Blood just starts spurting out from the artery. Yeah, that's another one down. Malachi.
They're all in close combat now.
Yep.
Bayonet.
Okay. Aim, single attack. You still, you don't change your weapons. And you outnumber 2 to 1, so that's a +30 to hit.
That's weird. I don't melee in these games, so it just feels weird.
Did you say I was giving him some sort of a flanking
Yeah,
bonus?
you're giving him a +10 for outnumbering.
That's why it feels weird. Sorry, double checking real quick. Yeah, so that's 5 degrees.
5 degrees. Well, yeah, you're hitting. He'll try and evade your attack. He fails utterly.
Do you remember what the primitive quality does off the top of your head?
What primitive does it have? It caps the benefit you get from the dice roll.
Okay.
So if it's like primitive 9, if you roll 10, it counts as a 9 for the damage, but you still get like a righteous fury.
Okay, well, that's primitive 8.
So you're capping at 8 on the dice itself.
Yep. Sorry, that's what it was. I looked at primitive. I should have done it before we started playing.
You're good.
Hello.
Hello, yeah? How much damage are you doing?
Am I adding my shirt on this damage?
I don't know if it's just for me, but you're saying Robody. How much damage is it?
He was asking something about how he rolls the damage. I'm not sure what exactly.
Oh, it's what is the damage on the weapon? I can't make out what you're saying.
Skip me.
Whatever the damage the weapon says plus your strength bonus, Nick.
That's what I was at. 9.
9. Okay, that's actually going to be enough to kill him.
Yeah.
They're all dead. And Miles is standing there with his combat knife after it falls, looking at Malachi and kind of just like nods his head.
Am I still a robot?
No.
No.
You're good now.
Of course.
Yep.
There is the way you came from to the east. There's an exit to the south and an exit to the north.
North?
The knife's going back, the gun's coming back out. And yeah, north, might as well.
Um,
Malachi will actually ask Miles, do you know how to use las weapons?
Kev, do I?
no, you are not proficient in them.
He's just gonna shake his head.
I'm not.
It was never anything that we needed on the station. I pulled some, some guard at the stations, and he kind of points out the shotgun. But something like that inside the space station, they'd never think of it. It damaged too much stuff. Lots of research down the drain.
As you guys go to the northern area, you come across a mine shaft. A ladder going deeper into a shaft. But this area, it doesn't look like anyone's been in this area for a while.
Turn around, just say,
Continue.
check the other way, come back to it.
Like, a lot of areas you can come across, like, bloody footprints and different things and signs, but not there.
Continue this level, then move down if need be.
When you check the area to the southern area where we got ambushed, there's nothing really in this area, just a few more crate storage.
Can we see what's in the crates?
You're checking around. You actually find a combi tool in one of them.
Tool being.
It's like a Swiss Army knife or multi-tool. It's much more advanced. It actually gives like a +10 bonus to tech use tests.
In Pathfinder terms, it's a traveler's any tool.
Gotcha.
Kinda, yeah.
I'll pocket it.
This is a big thing, but yeah, you can take it. I will add that to your list of gear. Actually, rare enough things to get. Very popular. Why am I putting in Traveler's Eddy to it? Damn it.
Because I am a horrible influence upon the universe.
He's a horrible sound wave upon the universe.
So, going back to the main tunnel, there's the way to the north, south where you originally came from, and there's the way to the east you haven't explored yet.
Did they explore?
Okay. When you
Where
go
was
over
the
to...
pink from?
Sorry, Lou?
Where was the pink hue coming from?
North. Way to the north.
Miles points and says, "That looks ominous. I might be slightly crazy, but that seems to be the way." And he'll look at the two of you to see if you agree or not.
We've looked everywhere else here, haven't we, Kev?
Mm-hmm. There is one way to the east, and then there's a corridor going further to the north, which the hue's coming from eventually. But when you check the area to the east, it looks like they were mining out a vein, but it kind of got tapped out after a little bit, and it wasn't really built into anything further. So there's the area to the north.
Okay. To the north.
As you go along, you can see there's various different sections. The pink hue is still up ahead, but there is a worked tunnel that's been worked into a corridor, somewhat roughly, headed to the east.
Miles is going to look at Sophia. You want to scout that? Don't go too far.
22 on a stealth check.
Where are you stealthing? Or sorry, where are you scouting?
Whatever direction you just point me in.
The eastern corridor.
Okay. Right. So eastern corridor. How much did you get?
22.
22. Okay. Um, you see there's some side tunnels which don't seem to be finished. One going to the north and south. Continues on heading east. There is a tunnel heading to the north and to the south. Which one do you want to scout first?
North.
Okay. Um, yeah, you give me an intelligence check. Yeah, Pop Tart, as you draw close to this room and close to the entrance.
62.
You're not that smart. There's a strange smell you're picking up. It's familiar, but you can't quite place it. Yeah, you're across the room. As you look at the room, this large rockcrete room smells of chemicals, likely from the glowing pink fluid that spills from a ruptured tank. But this is where the pink glow is coming from. Thanks, fucking book. Jesus. There are 9 in all, and the fluid covers the floor in the far end of the room. It's a different shade of hue, much less, powerful. So we didn't have the whole thing go mad. As you look, something dark and giggling emerges from behind one of the tanks. It is vaguely man-shaped, but its arms are impossibly long and end in jagged claws. Tufts of matted fur emerge at weird places all over its body, particularly around its lamprey mouth. 8-hour does not peer at you because you made a stealth check. It just seems to be kind of giggling to itself, moving about the room. But it has not noticed you.
Alright. Can I close the door slowly?
There was a door, wasn't there?
If you... no, I didn't describe the door, but it would make sense that there would be a door to this room. It's a pretty heavy door. You could, but you will undoubtedly attract its attention.
Don't suppose there's a lock on it, is there? Nothing on this side.
There is, but you don't have the key.
Ah. Right.
There is a place to the south.
I shall slowly back away and let people know what I found.
Okay. What direction are you headed?
Wherever I came from.
Okay, yeah, you can head back to the others.
Yep. I shall inform them that there are a bunch of broken tanks. They're all glowy with some other monstrosity in there.
I'll ask him to describe the scent.
Chemically, you're not going to be able to make the check to identify it unless you go down there and smell it.
Did you bring the sniper's rifle with you?
Nope. I did not.
Okay. So. And Miles will look at Malachi. How far does the las pistol shoot? Or las gun?
100 meters. More than enough room in these kind of confines.
Yeah, he'll
enough
just
range.
say 100.
You've got the longest range out of any of us. You can get a beat on that thing. But I'm also worried about what might come up behind us.
There's a 90-degree turn from where you're standing to where that thing is. You're not going to be able to draw a beat.
Well,
Because
not
he's
here,
heading to the... Oh, okay.
but saying he went east and then went north.
Yeah.
Came back south and went west to get back to us. But from the way he...
No. He went down to the eastern corridor. Not the tunnel, he went to the eastern corridor. He looked through the door in the north. Then he went back west towards you guys. He hasn't gone up the north entrance from where you guys are. The north tunnel.
Okay.
It's a different room.
Getting something then.
The
Yep.
pinkish glow, it's a different glow. It's a much duller glow from that area because they're right.
Yes,
There,
but
you should have a notation saying.
from where Sophia was, she could see that thing.
Yeah.
Basically, what Miles is asking Malachi is if he gets to where Sophia was, or however you say it.
If he gets for Sephiroth, he's going to be in like 10 meters.
Okay.
Yep.
So he's just going to kind of look at Malachi and look at so say it again, Pop-Tart. Sophia.
Sophia. You've said it different every single time so far.
Because you're actually saying it differently as well, Pop-Tart. You named the character.
Which
I wrote it down.
Why I give you shit, Pop-Tart.
Actually,
Sophia.
that's if you say it wrong one more time, I'm just going to call her Sophie or Sophia because you need to get your own character's name right.
I could have sworn I've been saying Sophia.
Yes, Sophia, but you haven't been.
Just
That's what
said
I
controls
could have
people.
sworn I have been.
So, okay, so he looks at Malachi and he looks at Sophia, and he's like, "This is out of my realm of expertise. I will follow whatever you lay out."
Malachi will look at Saphira. You want me to take a shot and then intercept it?
Sure.
That's the plan, apparently, Kev.
Okay. Do you want to stealth forward, Nick? And
Yes, I
Pop-Tart?
will.
And Nick, also
Yep.
give me an intelligence test, flat.
Okay.
Actually, plus 10, plus 10.
Okay. I'll do the stealth roll first.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 degrees.
Nick,
Yep.
you recognize that strange
That
chemical?
was the stealth
Oh.
test.
Sorry. Okay, stealth test, fine.
Stealth test first. Said it out loud.
Okay.
You acknowledged it. 4 degrees on the intelligence test. Are you happy, Kev? You can say it now.
You recognize that smell that the feudal world there was not able to identify, that very strong chemical smell? That is
Mhm.
promethium.
Oh,
Very large amounts of it. It's like you're going down and smell
really?
a little petrol or diesel. And then he was describing like a load of barrels which are cracked up, which may have mixed with stuff and changed and stuff, but a stray shot into that room. You're not even sure you want to be in. You definitely don't want to be in the room. You do not want to be in the corridor either.
Malachi just holds up the stop motion hand and slowly starts to back up.
Wouldn't that be funny if you'd failed your check? And like Lou's character just standing there further back, letting you guys stealth forward. He just sees you shoot in. He doesn't see that you back miss. He sees a huge explosion as you guys get buried in rubble. He's standing in the rooms by himself going, "Fuck!"
There's a dragon underneath this castle.
Yeah, no, Malachi will slowly start to move back. Is Sophia going to back away with him, or is he going
Yeah.
to bump into her?
no, I will.
He's gonna turn after they get out of the hallway. He's gonna look.
Miles
Hmm?
is going to give that puzzled look, like,
Yeah. He's gonna look Saphira in the eyes and say, "That smell that you couldn't identify? That's promethium."
Miles' eyes go wide.
Alright.
Just gonna kind of look at his gun for a second.
You think, Nick, the promethium must be mixed with something because it shouldn't normally fucking glow. The writer of the story thinks it should.
Yeah, I know for a fact it shouldn't glow. But yeah, so Kev,
Yeah.
if I toss a frag grenade down that hallway,
The amount of smoke that will be generated in a very
Yeah.
short space of time Uh, you don't think it would be safe for you guys? Like you would have to evacuate the whole fucking area.
Okay.
Now that might kill everything down here, but it's a question of, you know, you don't know other than the other rooms, the smoke.
Yeah.
It could work. It would take that bastard out.
I would hope so.
But Miles is going to take the time to explain to Sophia it's an explosive fuel. It's a fuel. It's highly explosive. When a flame comes to it, boom.
Yeah, and Malachi, I'll say, I think if we actually ignite it, it'll choke everything, including, well, one of us could last for a little while. I have a rebreather, but not very long, and we don't know what else is down here. Would I think it would be a better idea to draw the creature out and hope that it's been rolling around in the Prometheum.
Miles looks down to see if there's any rocks.
Yeah, you can find rock around the place.
Wait, we want to draw it out, don't we?
Yeah.
Can I just take my whip and do the nice classic? No?
And Miles explains to you, electricity will also cause fire, which also makes that whole thing
Out
go boom.
here in the hallway?
Well, anywhere Miles says basically, as far as I know, anywhere you can smell that, you're getting the fumes.
It's not quite that bad. Like it won't go off here.
Also, can I just turn the electricity off just to go and do a simple crack?
That yeah,
If, if you do it into the room at all, it'll set it all off.
Yeah, no, but if we're just making a noise,
yeah.
this whip
Yeah.
snap is incredibly loud.
The person who wrote this story put that as that is potentially just TPK right there. Plus, there's another bit I took out about having to jump over like a gap or something. It was like, nope. And it's meant for starting cards. It's meant for pre-made starting cards. Like, nope, go away.
Whoever wrote this is basically a douchebag.
The ledge you have to come down for this 3 meters. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I mean, it's like the gap. Nobody's unless there's like I don't know. I didn't fully read that section. I started reading it, but no. If they had like described like a rope bridge that had been caught or something, fine.
It was published by Black Industries, which is basically a shill RPG name for Games Workshop. Let's move on.
Was for to give it a fantasy fight. So yeah, do you want to do the bang to attract this thing's attention?
Yeah, the whip crack actually sounds like a good idea without the electricity.
Yeah. It starts barreling out the corridor.
Pew, 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 pew.
Coming towards you guys. Yeah, you guys can just... Those of you who are shooting your guns can shoot with a readied action. You are... by the time it comes into view, you're like 8 meters away from it. So that'll be short range for all you guys.
I don't think we're going to have time to change weapons, Pop Dirt.
That's fine.
You want an initiative, Kev?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no, it's fine. I'll just go with you. Nick, give me a roll first.
Go get. Attack roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Cranking it up to setting 3.
Mm-hmm.
Turning up to 11.
Pretty much. It's going to eat a lot of power. Plus 5. 4 degrees.
It fails to dodge. You're hitting. You're going semi-auto, I imagine.
Yeah.
That'll be 2 hits.
Yeah, sick. Need to make sure I'm gonna do the math right on this. Plus 2. Okay. Yeah, no, doing the math right. First shot,
Mm-hmm.
14 damage, pin 2.
14 damage, Pentry. Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna be a significant hit on it. It's one of the tougher ones, but that is a solid amount of damage.
Second hit is
Yep.
11 damage, pin 2.
Okay, and again.
Last hit is 8 damage, pin 2.
Okay, let me get that for you. 1 second. So, this is energy damage.
Yep.
Why is Foxit Reader freaking out on me? Nick, will you
Mhm.
get me a -2 energy and -2 -2 energy and -7 energy to the body?
Okay.
Sorry, but Foxit Reader is deciding to freak out on me, which I'm annoyed with.
I'm looking for the crit chart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me half a second. It'll take my PDF reader a moment to search it up.
For the love of God.
That's first aid. That's not what I want.
The Empire. The Emperor. Is that the second ed book, the core book?
Yeah. I need to be garbage. Work. They buried it, didn't they, Kev?
Sorry.
Fine.
Yeah, it completely shut down actually all of the files, all the PDFs being opened. It's like,
Oh, sorry. You want to take a go at finding the crit chart?
I can find it. Give me a second. I've got it. It's working again now.
Okay.
So it's just
Good. Let me know what page it's on.
at around 2, 3, 4. So okay, Nick, you get firstly. The blast punches air from the target's body. He must make a challenging toughness test to be knocked prone. Well, let's see what happens. Anything more serious than that. In a gruesome display, the flesh is burned from the not head. Sorry, the energy attack fries the leg, leaving a mess of blackened flesh. The leg is broken until repaired, and the target counts as having lost a leg. He suffers fatigue, and must make a challenging +0 toughness test, or be stunned for 1 round. Lou, let's also get a shot off from you.
Okay.
Probably gonna be dying.
I rolled a 25.
That will hit.
And the damage for that shotgun. I didn't get the return.
1d10 plus 3.
Suck. That's 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage. Okay. Right. That will hurt it some more. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Give me this.
Yeah.
What the damage you're doing is the force of the attack ruptures several of the target's organs and knocks him down, gasping in wretched pain. The target suffers blood loss and reduces the character's toughness characteristic by 1d10. So yeah, he's he is not doing well.
Can Pop-Tart with it?
You can charge it on the ground. You're not going to be able to whip it, but it's pretty fucked. It's stunned and whatnot. So, Pop-Tart, you're getting a plus 20 from charging, plus 20 from it being on the ground. So yeah, you're getting a plus 40 to your weapon skill, so you've got to get a 90 or under.
I've rolled 28.
That'll hit. Would you like to roll your damage?
Pretty
It's
sure you're
4
gonna kill it.
plus, it's what, 8 for the whip, I think.
Yeah.
What was 2 lower? So 4 and 8, 12.
That's a shock whip, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shock whips, I think, are either impact or energy.
Their energy.
So, let me see. And you got a... What'd you get to hit again? That's a middle leg. So,
28.
yeah. The force of the attack reduces the leg to little more than chunks of sizzling grizzle. He has to make a toughness test or die from shock. He suffers from the lost leg condition. So he's lost his other leg. And then it'll start flying and play fire. So the leg just immolates, so take fire, consumes the target completely. You probably should get that body away from being that close to the door. He dies in a matter of agonizing seconds, his scorched corpse surrounding with smoke and flames. A crackling body on fire. You're that much for meeting him was a bad idea.
Oh, God.
Like, he was worried about you turning this thing on, and, it's like, that fucking body being here? What are you doing, Pop-Tart? What are you doing?
Like, when did I turn the whip on?
Well, if you did that damage, you would have had to.
Yeah.
If not, a regular whip would have done a lot less damage.
Gotcha.
Yeah, going over to stomp the body out / kick it away.
Where are you kicking it away to? You're still pretty close. Then again, there is that nice heavy door to the south. You could put it through there and close the door, maybe.
We haven't explored the south. We don't know what's through that door.
Nope.
That's-
But it's the only place that's close by, unless you want to potentially burn yourself dragging the body.
I'll take the burn.
Okay. Give me an agility check, Nick.
I'll get the med kit ready.
What's my difficulty, Kev?
Difficulty is challenging. Plus
Okay.
0.
3 degrees.
3 degrees, yeah. Your armor's, burnt a little bit. You're going to have, it's going to be a little bit tender in one or two areas, but you avoid the worst of it. You're not taking any wound damage. It'll be a little bit sore for a few days.
I'll give you a salve for it later.
But you are glad to notice that you're not exploded.
Prometheum, it explains why they want this place so bad.
Prometheum's also a fuel you can use to run machinery. It could be, something they're storing here for use deeper in the mine. It could be something that they're actually pulling out of here. There's any number of things.
He nods. Did you get a chance? He looks at Sophia. Did you get a chance to check to the south?
Not yet.
He just nods to her.
By the way, Kev,
Yep.
before that thing ignited, could we tell what it was wearing? What torn remnants of clothing it might have had at one point?
Looks like miner's clothes.
Okay.
So it's not just all guards that are turning mutants.
So, is Saphira exploring that area to the south?
I shall. What's off?
When you open the door, you see this area is ghastly. Inside it is a heap of chewed up remains of dead guards from the miner alike. Something has torn them to pieces and strewn about the viscera in all directions. You have a sneaking suspicion what did that.
Yeah. 17 on my stealth check, by the way.
Yeah, well, there's nobody there to spot you, so it's okay.
Okay.
You lean in the door and your armor creaks. Still the gore, obviously.
So, there is, if you go back to the main corridor, there's still the area to the north.
That's where I
Where
should
the
go then.
pink glow is emanating from. As you guys go back to the north, heading there are different side tunnels you check as you have done previous ones, but nothing of use until you come to the tunnel where you can see there's a few bloody footprints coming back and forth out of here.
What size footprints, Kevin?
Roughly human size. Some of them are actually, you can see boot prints. Some of them, nice guard issue like the 97 Battalion have. Some of them like the miners would have. But you can't quite see into the room until you start to turn the corner.
I'm back. Sorry about that phone call. Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
So yeah, didn't find anything but viscera in that room.
Nope. And yeah, you can see you're up at the north area. You've checked out the other areas where that nice pink glow that you're spotting distance is coming from, flickering every now and again.
Should we see if there's anything else in there?
Okay.
Leave it alone.
Are you guys heading in together?
Well, no, I was actually asking the question in character.
Oh, sorry.
Would see if anything else is in there or leave it alone.
Appropriate response.
Alright, here I had a thing for voicemail because I ignored the call, so I didn't hear your response.
I don't think there's anything useful in there.
Okay.
Kev?
Yep.
Malachi's gonna sling the gun back over his shoulder. Pull his sword.
Okay.
That's it. This pink glow, Kevin. I don't want to set off more Prometheus.
It's a different hue of pink. I specified that already. And yeah, no, actually, checked it here is like, that's what I was confused for. Like, no, there is a separate pink glow from this area. It's like, why are you putting two pink glows? Why is the Promethean glowing?
Maybe it's unleaded, Kevin. I don't know.
It's an unleaded pink glow. Oh no, it's a a magenta glow. What do you mean a magenta glow? It's kind of salmony. What do you mean it's kind of salmony? Well, it's diesel, so it's a bit different. For fuck's sake.
How far is it down to the pink glow?
Okay, Pop-Tart, do you wish to head towards the pink glow? Or what are you still doing?
I'll make sure my whip stays completely off. I can just use it as a normal... Actually, let's use my mace as a normal mace.
You're not getting that chemical smell.
Okay, then. That's good.
That's pertinent information, Kev.
The chemical smell came from the thing?
The chemical smell came from the Promethean barrels. I said, this is a different hue. It's in a different area.
That doesn't matter, Kev.
Specifying.
Like, it's the stimuli we have to respond to. The thing that glowed pink was...
I said, this is a different hue. I said it was a different hue.
This Hugh Grant.
You didn't ask about any smells. I'm being nice and telling you. I should just say like, fuck it. Shit. Let fuckers ask.
Much more explosive.
I got 12 by stealth. I turn my mace on and go further.
You turn around the corner. It's the Stay Puft Mellow Marsh Band glowing pink. It is the GM's rat. You have mocked me. I kind of didn't. You have mocked me, and now you will die. What the fuck?
You're about to take wandering damage, Pop-Tart.
Fine, Kevin. Since you want it so badly, I'll put the sword away and pull out the gun again.
No, you don't have to. I'm just because you guys are,
God.
trying to give more information. I was trying to be
I
reasonable.
rolled a 12 for my stealth roll. I carry on.
Okay. A pink glow suffuses this place, shining forth from a great lavender stone that rises from a crack in the floor and extends nearly all the way to the ceiling. At your approach, the light flickers, pulsing as if an anchor. Pop-Tart, give me a plus 20 toughness check.
Toughness. T is 42. That's a 10, that's a 90. So 100? That's not good.
No, that's a 10 and 90 is 90. You want to fate point that? Because you
Yeah.
could fate point that.
Oh,
You
wait,
should fate point
Yeah.
that.
you're 10? Wait, okay.
Give me a reroll.
That's better. That's 11. Alright, no.
Okay,
That's 5.
you
That's 1.
pass.
That's
You
right.
feel strange and tingly, and your stomach's turning a little bit, but you're not getting the mechanical penalties. After a moment, where you get your senses, you see a creature, roughly humanoid in shape, starting to take form.
Form from what?
Just the air.
Crystal?
It's just appearing in the hue of the crystal.
Okay.
What is your reaction to this?
Go back to the doorway, but still observe quietly.
Yeah. Okay.
Up back to the doorway.
Yeah, you get back to the doorway. You can see this thing as it takes form. It is bloated and malformed. It is clutching rusted butcher blades and glaring out with a single milky white eye. Yeah, it's got a horn coming from its forehead. Its stomach seems somewhat distended, and there are pustules all over its body and slime.
It just wants to give us a hug, doesn't it, Kev?
As once this thing fully materializes, you feel unwell.
It
In this
really
presence.
does just want to hug us.
And Pop-Tart, give me a -10 willpower test.
Yeah, Pop-Tart, this is where Jaded won't help us anymore.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Full power, 45. Where's my things? 41. That's okay.
I said -10, so I'm afraid
Yes,
you're
that's
failing. Yeah.
Fate point or
Yeah, Lou's right. You can't fate point that.
No, we can.
fate points are like Benny is Pop-Tart.
Yeah, that's
No,
one.
he can fate point that.
That's
Yeah,
what we
that's
just said, Kev.
I thought I said he can't.
No. Again, you're not listening.
Or the line is not great.
It's the
Okay.
funny American accents.
Question before I do.
Yep.
What's the insanity mechanic do at all?
When you start getting insanity points, once you get to a certain stage, you will start gaining derangements.
It's like Call of Cthulhu.
Also, with your divination, only the sane have the strength enough to prosper. The first time you would gain one more insanity point each session, you gain that amount +1. So.
Oh, right. I have that
Yeah.
thing too.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, fate point.
Insanity.
I don't need to go insane and murder everyone. I'll spend a fate point. That would be a 10.
Okay, you pass. Yeah, it's disturbing to look at this thing that just seemed to appear from nowhere and is gathering it's taking its surroundings. So, yeah, you can see him, stealthing back, and the hue had changed color there briefly, and intensity.
When she gets back, what did you see?
When I get back, I'll look at Malakath, the fighter.
Malachi.
Malachi. I'll look at M1 and say high power, and I'll look at M2 and say grenades.
Malachi will say, save the grenades. And, the gun's already set to high power. Like, you can see the knob on it. It's set to high. So.
What did you see?
You guys can see the silhouette of a not properly formed, like not human or possibly mutant, shape, its shadow going across the wall as if it's approaching, coming up behind Saphira.
I will explain there's a crystal, and it created something.
Right. Kev, how big is the cave/hallway we're in?
The hallway you're in is about 2 meters across. You guys start to hear buzzing of flies. Oh, high?
Hi.
3 meters. 2.5 meters. 2.5 meters.
Okay. Malachi's going to look at Saphira and say, just should we pull back? In other words, Pop-Tart, can it fit in the enclosed space we are in?
Can it?
Yes, it can.
Yeah. Bigger area might be good.
Then I recommend we move in to engage.
Shotgun at the ready.
Yep.
Okay. Do you guys want to roll initiative? It's coming towards the exit. You can see that shadow looming.
13.
11.
10.
Okay.
Oh,
Surprisingly good rolls from you bastards.
Miles looks and says you might want to go range 2 to Sophia.
Sophira, it's your turn. Sorry, no, it's not Sophira's turn first. It's Malachi's turn first.
How big is that room, Kev?
The room you're in or the room it is in?
We're in a hallway.
The hallway. You have not looked into that room.
Okay,
You
but
did
from
not
the
ask for that
hallway.
permission.
From the
corridor leading, the tunnel leading into it,
Yeah.
is about 1 meter across. You assume the way he was talking about room, it obviously does spread out further in, but you don't know the exact proportions. From where
Okay,
you're
so how
standing.
far away from the doorway am I then? Because apparently I missed something.
You're about 5 meters.
Okay. I could take a half action to move in, and then take a half action for a single shot, right?
Yeah.
Yep, do that.
Okay, give me the shot.
Do I need to roll my willpower / toughness
You do
first?
need to make a plus 20 toughness check first. Actually, this is a good point.
Plus 20 or minus 20?
It is a plus 20 roll
Okay. 4 degrees.
of success.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, you can feel uncomfortable being in the glow of this thing. And now I need that minus 10 willpower test. As you move along, out of the corner of your eyes, you could almost swear you can see flies starting to creep all over the walls, but whenever you turn to look directly at them, Can't see them.
That's a fun thing to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, someone who's had visual hallucinations before, that's always fun. 2 degrees of success on the willpower test.
Okay, you're grand. You can make your attack rolls. It is a disturbing beast to look upon. You're probably remembering some disturbing things you've seen before.
Yeah.
This is a grade above mutant.
Yeah. When I move into the room, trying to move at an angle, like strafing the center of the room. That way, the guys have clear fields.
Yep.
Single shot. And just reading something real quick. Yep, okay. Yeah, I'll probably do that if I get enough successes. Can't aim. Are there any penalties, Kev?
Nope.
Okay.
Short range, semi-auto, plus 10 if you're doing it like that.
30 good success.
You're hitting him twice.
I'm spending a fate point.
You need 5 to hit him 3 times. So,
I can't do multi-shot. I thought I was just doing single shot.
You can do multi-shot. But
I thought you needed a full action to do that.
No. That was in like Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy First Edition.
Oh.
No, you can do it as a semi-action. That's why I say get 2 shots in. Even if you spent the fate point to bring it up to 4, it's every 2 degrees of success has to first. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe hold on to your fate point.
Okay.
It actually dodges one of them. That is really surprising. But one of them is still landing home, and you've used up its reaction.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really gonna do much. 6 damage, pin 2, energy.
6 damage penetration. That actually doesn't seem to hurt it at all.
Didn't think so.
Do
I have its attention?
You do have its attention. Sophira, it's your turn.
Don't think I was able to actually pull out my shotgun, so try pull out my shotgun.
Okay, yeah, you can put out your shotgun as a half action.
Can I still fire as a half action too?
You can't see him from where you're standing. You could do like a radiant action for. Actually, you can move into position to be able to shoot it next turn.
All right. So for this one, just ready in case, I guess.
Radiant actions require a bit more, but don't worry about that for now. So it's like you take out your weapon, you move into position so you got a field of fire in it, so you can unload another round into it next turn if needed. Miles, it's your turn.
After I get the shotgun out, I'm going to move up to where I can see whatever it is.
That's a half action move. Now, first, Lou,
Okay.
I'm painting that lovely pinkish hue. Give me a +20 toughness test.
Oh, hell no, that's an 89.
Okay. Do you want a fate point?
Yeah. I haven't used one yet, so.
Okay.
That's a 50, which I doubt is gonna.
No, it's +20. You've got a toughness of 40. So you actually pass.
Okay.
If you fail by a bit, it's bad. If you fail by a lot, it's let's crack out the mutation table. So, Miles, you can fire off a shot at this thing. You're at short range. It's a shotgun. So you've got a +20 to hit. So you've got to get under a 56 plus you've got custom grip. So that's a 61 to hit.
That's a 51.
Ooh, that'll hit. Let me actually double check the damage for that thing.
D10 plus 3 is what you said. But...
I think it was D10. I want to double check because it might actually be D10 plus 4. It might be.
What are we talking about?
A shotgun. It is D10 plus 4. 1D10 plus 4.
Okay.
Go for it.
Shotgun or combat shotgun?
Shotgun.
Okay. Hold on. Because I just moved across.
They're the same, just combat shotgun to do. It's got a semi-auto and a bigger clip.
That's
Quicker to
11.
reload. 11. Okay. That is having a bit more of an impact on the beastie. The blow comes in. It's not putting it down, but as it hits and it gets the stomach up, chunks of like flab and pus and gore like fly out of it. It should be rolling around on the ground screaming, but it's not.
You forgot to do something.
I forgot to do something?
I never did a willpower.
Your willpower check, yes. Willpower minus 10.
What is my willpower?
It's 41, so you've got to get under 31.
That is an 3.
You're fine.
Yeah, you guys just... Comes to that, you're like, yeah. Demon.
I think, to explain it, I think it's because he's more curious that the way his nature is, it's like, ooh, science.
Oh, Zinch is just waiting for you.
That said, it's its turn. So Lou, you actually did damage to it. He's gonna go for you.
Of course he is.
In his turn, he is charging forward out of the tunnel.
Doesn't
towards you.
Spira have the ready deck?
No, as I said, unfortunately, didn't have enough actions to do a readied action that turn because to get the weapon out.
Right.
The beast charges forward. It seems somewhat sluggish and almost not able to fully focus, but it is bringing an attack in against you, Lou. You do not have dodge or parry. However, you can still make a check at a minus 20. So if you try and dodge, you've got a 23% chance.
Might as well give it a shot. No.
Okay. Its blade is coming down to hit you. This is hitting the body. It does 8 points damage. However, it has no penetration on the stack. And your armor is giving you 5. Your toughness is giving you 4. So, although you're probably going to have a nasty bruise, you're not actually losing any wounds.
Damn!
But the beast yet stands. Malachi!
Second verse.
It is in close combat now. However, it's probably within point-blank range.
Yep.
Point-blank range, aim, shoot into close combat. Semi-auto? No, don't do semi-auto.
No,
Semi-auto
single shot.
Single shot. So it's a plus 30. Or you could charge in and shank it with your bayonet.
No.
You don't want to get too close to the demon thing. Got it.
No, I'm about to... Yeah. So, remember that fate point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's getting spent this round. So that's 4 degrees of success for shooting it.
You need 5 to get through. Oh, wait, you're not doing semi-auto.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you spent it for the real hit. Okay. Yep.
No, I didn't spend it to reroll the hit.
Bonus hit.
Assassin.
Oh, yes.
I'm
I
on
forgot about
maximum
that.
damage output. Assassin.
Yeah, so that's 4 degrees success to hit. That's a plus 4 to your damage and penetration onto whatever you get as a baseline.
13 plus 4 is 17, pin 6. And, yeah, as he shoots, he's just going to yell, "The enemy shall no fear."
As your round fires into the sides of its head at point blank range, it seems to almost catch fire and start melting, and bits of it just start to drop off. But the bits that are dropping off is like gore and ichor and melted bits of demon. They never quite seem to hit the ground. You guys take a moment, I imagine, to step back as this thing seems to disappear.
Nurgle needs a
You're,
refund on that demon.
it actually it wasn't at its full power.
Oh.
It had deeply nerfed stats from the scenario.
Oh.
However, luckily none of you have at first-hand absolute concrete confirmation, but I think it's pretty obvious to you guys what's been causing their trouble.
Can I get some scans of the crystal with the diagnostic?
See, the diagnosticators for like it's for like people
Meat.
and organic matter. It's not. But we'll see about you getting an Auspex after this. So as you scan it, you're trying to just check and make sure it's not flesh. It's like, no, it is weird. You do feel uncomfortable in its presence. But as you guys double check, you've cleared out this. They still won't actually use the mines. You've cleared out all the threats in the area. How do you want to deal with this? Because the crystal.
Is there a clock anywhere?
A clock?
A clock.
No, but you have chronos at your watches.
I have watches.
Just wanted to see if we could make a timer for the grenades and toss that in with the Promethium.
Would it be
I'll just
possible?
say out loud, we have explodey stuff. Will the explodey stuff make the crystal go by?
Lou, you're looking at your diagnoster, just to make sure it's not organic. For a second, it registers as alive. And it just must be a glitch in the machine.
Okay. I will note it in my little report thing later. The crystal?
Malakaz.
Shatter the crystal? With a question mark?
Malakaz is just gonna look between the two of you and say, this isn't my area of expertise. This is what we normally have commissars and inquisitors for.
Out of character, Nick, suggestion?
None of us are equipped for this level of bullshit yet.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Yeah, no, like out of character. None of our fields of expertise lie over where this thing is. It's.
Can we, Miles is going to suggest, can we at least seal off this room? That door was there. Sealed off, tell them not to go into this part until an Inquisitor gets there?
Well, when our reinforcements arrive, they may be better equipped to handle this.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you seal off the shatters section, like possibly weld the door shut, the other areas can still be used. There's probably a few small number of mutants lingering around, but nothing to the same extent.
Mm-hmm. We didn't check that one area that goes down farther. Should we make it thorough?
When you go down and check that area, it looks like the tunnel collapsed previously. That it leads down into.
Alrighty.
At least
What do you want to do with Rat?
He should be at the top of the tunnel, right?
Is he still waiting at the top of the tunnel?
Yeah, he's hiding, but he's waiting. Because he's nowhere else to go.
Yeah. I'll do some more diagnostic medical checks at him.
Same as before. I recommend we detain him until.
Were you, Miles will look at him. Were you anywhere near the shatters?
He was in the shatters, hiding in the rooms.
Okay.
Here, remember we opened the door.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Were you anywhere near the Promethium?
She said no.
Good. And we'll give the all clear to come out.
Yeah, it will take half an hour for they'll have to go off, get the commissar, and get the people together. But yeah, after about half an hour, they get. Yes.
Good, Lou?
We'll let them know that we have a survivor. He's going to need to be put into quarantine as soon as we get out. But he looks to be okay. But there's going to have to be at least a week of quarantine to make sure.
Okay.
Kev?
Yeah.
Gonna look at Rat, his name was.
Yeah.
If you attempt to escape, I will find you.
He looks very uneasy at that.
And Kev,
Yeah.
if he wants a scrutiny test to see if I'm lying or I don't think I can do it, I relent. I can
What
do
makes
it.
you think he is so skilled?
I'm just saying. You don't need to intimidate if you can tell the truth.
Okay. Kamazar Neelis, would say, is there anything you wish to inform me of?
Miles reaches into one of his pouches and pulls out all the dog tags that he had collected and hands them to the commissar.
Hmm.
They die.
Thank you.
Seal the mine.
He looks a little bit frustrated. It's like, it still needs to be sealed. You aren't finished.
The threat.
Go ahead.
The threat right now is at a standstill. It is not quenched. When more Inquisitors get here, they might be able to quench it. For now,
Luke,
yes.
just so you know, we aren't Inquisitors.
Okay.
We're
When
agents.
When
Yeah.
Inquisitors get here, they might be able to. Well, out of character, I got confused because they were calling us the
Yeah.
Inquisitors, and
Oh no! One guy said like, "Oh, you're the Inquisitor. You're part of
and
the Inquisition."
everybody speak up to say no, we weren't. So,
Yeah, that's cool.
but yeah, no. When the Inquisitors get here, they may be able to quench the threat completely. Right now, know that your encampment is safe, but the threat is not completely gone.
Yeah, he doesn't look entirely happy to hear that. It's like, and he kind of gives a signal to seal it up again. It's like, I understand, but I'm not sure how happy the government will be about this. They still want the mines opened.
What they want and what will happen are two different things.
I imagine you guys are filing reports
Yes.
to be sent off with a sporadic message.
Yep.
Is there anything you're leaving out or emphasizing?
I will try to be as thorough as possible. I'm kind of a stickler for detail. He will even put in the glitch to where that crystal seemed like it was alive for a second.
Mm.
Standard after action.
Okay.
Basically, Miles is putting in a scientific report about. It's not the military report; it's the scientific report that he's used to.
Yep. Pop-Tart? Anything?
Just something short and simple. Not a lot of big
Okay.
words.
After a few days, you get a report back. Basically, Inquisitor Mar wants you to seal off the area once it shatters. The mine must be reopened. Maybe do a few sweeps with the guardsmen of some of the other areas. There might be other mutants, but just seal off the shatters, reopen the mine. There's the materials are needed. They can't be left open long enough. Like more reinforcements will be there who will have the personnel to deal with the trash permanently, but they need like the.
Yeah.
You're getting the impression there's a lot of pressure. Those mines need to be opened. The materials are needed for the Imperial War Machine and for the economy.
It's better they make that call than we do it.
Yeah.
So, Kev, I don't know what type of medical that they have here, because all the wounded and such. If we're gonna have to wait days here, could I use some of my medical training to help the people?
You can. They will appreciate it.
Basically, make a makeshift hospital.
Are you? You can make it like a very makeshift, like a burnt out building stuff. Are you prioritizing the soldiers, or just going pure triage?
Basically, I'll take it in the order of who's hurt worst.
So you are going pure triage. Okay. Yeah. Some of the soldiers there appreciate the help, but yeah, you guys might overhear occasional grumbling that he's helping those filthy the traitorous locals. Because these guys have rather recent. They were the guys who caused a lot of those injuries.
Could I make a lore to figure that out myself beforehand? Not lore, but a.
Give me a -20 perception check for scrutiny.
Oh, not even that. I was thinking, what was it that I did when I came up to the mine and was talking to the guys?
It wouldn't be a lore check.
Inquiry.
Inquiry. That's what I was looking for.
Inquiry. Well, you weren't exactly asking people's opinions.
Okay. So I'll do a scrutiny. That is a 45.
Okay. 45. Yeah, you're pretty sure. You should probably prioritize the soldiers for the morale, and it's not like all the locals are actually part of the rebellion. Like, not all of them are prisoners, but yeah, if you want to keep the soldiers on side, prioritizing them might be a good move.
Yeah, one realizes it and kind of okay. That's when the soldiers start getting prioritized.
Eventually, individuals show up for the Inquisition. You're not sure if they work for Inquisitor Mar, but they seem a lot more. Yes?
Before they handle that, guys, we got orders from our Inquisitor. Before the GM starts trouncing off and telling us what happened, we should probably tell him if we carried them out.
I assumed you'd be good little boys and girls, but, I may be wrong. We licked the stone. What?
And it's like, sticking your tongue to a flagpole in the middle of winter.
That demon just wanted to hug us, show us love. But yeah. So, Malachi will start organizing the local guard for that kind of thing. What do you guys want to do?
Well, I will probably be doing the whole medical thing if you don't need me.
Probably not. Probably just a welding job.
Yeah. The two of you are really the soldiers. I'll do what I can here, so. He's not really keen on going back in there. He will if he can.
Yes.
Is Sophia ready to go back down the hole?
Sure.
Okay. So, Kev?
Yeah.
Talk with our new acquaintance, the Commissar.
Yeah.
Tell him what the orders are.
Okay.
Ask him for whatever men are capable and ready to volunteer. Which he's Commissar, which means everyone will volunteer.
He'll send down guys with you. It's not like he's not putting any around directly under your command because he doesn't know your backgrounds. But they'll take your advice. And with the squads, you run across a couple of mutants down there when you're doing sweeps. it's too labyrinthine, and the mutants are the former miners and stuff. You're not sure if you're going to get them all, but you're certainly cutting down the numbers.
And after a sweep or two, get some reinforcing material and seal off the shatters for the time being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that sound good to you, Pop Tart?
Okay.
When more Inquisitorial forces show up, they'll debrief you, and once that's done, you'll be told you can head back to the ship of Peerless Fortitude, and they start going about, these guys are coming in, they've got all sorts of fancy equipment you guys just don't have yet. Inquisitor Mara seems to be pleased that you did as well as you did, especially as untested individuals. You are informed by astropatic message that once you have completed the additional training at the Lucid Palace on Scintilla, then you will be. He's decided to keep you together as a team for future investigations, since you've worked well together on this occasion, despite its irregularity. So I'm going to end recording there. I'll give you a few light details on the what exactly happens in the training and whatnot.